Salutations. Apollo says hi. Let me check this. Okay. Wait. Okay, yeah. I'm still getting used to everything. With my phone. It's crazy. Yeah. Let's see. This takes me a second to post. There you go. One second. Oh, I wanted to check. I couldn't remember if I had done that or not, but I did. Oh, you're right. Okay, wait a second. Let me check. It's Saturday. Yeah. It's Saturday. That's the day. Saturday. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it'll be. True. Oh, I forgot to plug in my thing. Oh no. There we go. Hello? Who are we waiting on? There's always one person that doesn't ready up and they make you wait the whole time. Yeah. We shall see. We have a whole party. We have cakes and flowers and puddings and all the things. Torts and... Nah. Yeah. Well, the stream that I did like the night before last was the one that had like the mutation. It had like all the muting in it, and I was like, scrap it. The one last night, it uploaded, but then it gave me an error on YouTube, like an app, and it said there was like some sort of issue with it, so I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna delete it. I'm not even gonna bother. Okay, yeah, so maybe third time's the charm. Oh, you can see the little sticker. Not too much, no. Oh, nice. It's a Krasu. Don't see very many of those. I play a lot of Krasu myself, so it's interesting. Oh yeah, we're gonna, excuse me, we're gonna play some killer. Can you guys get on a Jin? I mean, that would be helpful. Thank you. Well, that just screwed everything. She didn't come. Oh, but it blocked it though. Okay, right. May stop it from receiving. He's got it? Okay, I'm just gonna... Because I almost had it done. Bro, why do the gens keep getting blocked? Is she camping? We're just gonna go back to the gym that I had. Oh, they finished it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh no, everywhere we do. Them great skill checks. Nice. He brought her like right to me. Like, what the heck, man? Mm-hmm. When the hook is like bigger than I am. It's crazy. Okay, let's go. We need to finish this gym that he was on. Yeah, we need to do some gen pressure so it doesn't get all crazy. hitting these skill checks though. Could try to find it's like so long. Come on. Get off. Excuse me, Sky Spood. Can you release the djinn? It's a really long time to block the djinn. Mm-hmm. Dude. This build that this person has is crap. Mm-hmm. I have to go like all the way. I'll be right with you. This guy was first. Okay. Okay. Where did he go? Yeah, it's just like I feel like they run in slow motion. Yeah, it feels like they run in slow motion or something. Like they're so slow. And because like the whole beginning of the match where I was doing that gen by myself and the other person was running somebody, it was like there was two people that basically didn't do anything for a huge chunk of time. Because I almost had a complete gen done by myself. With the two of them, they could have finished a gen in that time. Okay. So now we need to find where the gens were. Where is it? It's in here. I'm gonna go down here and see if there's a med kit. Nope. Yeah, it's kind of just like at this point, like. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Mm-hmm. Nice. Ding. Mm-hmm. If she's smart, she'll leave her slugged, but they usually don't. They get greedy. Are you kidding me? That was BS. I clicked the button like so many times and it glitched me out of it. Like, no. That was BS. I was standing right on it and clicked the button like 4 times and instead it just glitched it and let her close it. No. That was complete BS. Like, if you win, you win, but if you have to, like, No glitches any other time in the match, by the way. What's this? Milestones. Let's see the daily stuff. I can. I can. You want me to play CrossFit? Okay. We shall see how that goes. It's my girl. Yeah. Why doesn't she have anything for her? And put that. And where's my flower? Where's my flower? Give me my flower. Give me my flower. Where's my lotus flower? There it is. I was about to say. Look at the little ducky. He's so adorable. Yeah. Okay. And check. Nowhere to hide, lethal pursuit, color the brand, machine learning. Let's do Merciless Storm. Could do Infectious Fright. Yeah, let's make them scream. Increases passive growth of leech. Whenever survivor eats the fungus from further than their aura is... Okay, sure. Wait, do we want something else? I think we want the dress. Reveals aura with an ignorant... Okay, we'll do that. We'll put that away. I have my lolly. Yeah, like, I was fine with it. Like, if she had just... Because she did technically get to it before me, but it was like it glitched. And... Yeah, like, I was hitting the button with the prompt. Say less. None of your clickers are gonna work. I'm excited. Why does this look like pancakes? I know it's mushrooms, but they look like flapjacks. I like that she has a crown. It's so beautiful. It's a little bow. Yeah, this is like my second favorite outfit for her. It's so pretty. Hi. Let's get it started. I'm visualizing the map that I get, and I hope that I'm right. That'd be great. Because there's one particular map that it always gives me when I play her, and I'm curious if it's gonna happen again. No, it's going to F me. That's fine. What are we gonna do? Hi. This is a terrible map. Yeah, nobody likes this map for this reason. That didn't hit her. Sure, buddy. Yeah, it's like nothing's responding. Mm-hmm. That didn't count. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of like a bullshit map, and then it screws you out of everything. Yeah, like, they're gen rushing me because I literally have these long hallways to go down, and they just keep, like, running, holding W and running. Like, I'm screwed. Anytime you get stuck with indoor maps as a killer, it screws you over. Because this isn't even fair. Yeah, like, this isn't even fair. They're all down here. See, and they all keep doing this PCBS. Mm-hmm. What the heck, man? And they're always like super far ahead of me, no matter how close I am to them. Like, that doesn't count. No, something's going on here, because it's like they're always out of reach. They're always like a million steps ahead, even though I have like rush on them. Like, no, this is not, like, aside from being screwed over on this map, this is why I don't like playing with PC players, and it just like ruins the whole thing. Mm-hmm. That doesn't count. I'm just... Yeah, this is crap. The only thing that will make me possibly win this is their arrogance with their flashlights. Mm-hmm. I can do it again. I heard a crow. That doesn't count. It went straight through her. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry I'm being quiet. What the heck, man? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Dead hard. Mm-mm. It's too long. They're gonna get a gen done in that time. Yeah, she had live. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. We're gonna hang her and then we're gonna mori the other person. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Boom. They DC'd. Whoa, she went through the wall. And because the other person's hooked. Yeah. That's with flashlights and sweatiness and tryhards. And the worst map, the second worst map on the game. That's crazy. That's funny. Mm-hmm. They're like alternate accounts. When they're like this, it's an alternate account. Because they were all together on VC. And they all had sweat builds, like running builds. Live, sprint burst. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's not easy. I don't make it look easy. It's not easy. The only thing that was a challenge at first was like when they were focused on doing gens, they were just hiding. And it's like I said, their downfall was being cocky with the flashlights. Because typically people who run flashlights are like the runners, so they're very arrogant because they're like, oh yeah, you know. So that's usually the case. Mm-hmm. My girl said, nope, not today. What do we say to death? Not today. Mm-mm. Yeah. I was just more upset about the map because it's like, it's one thing if it's outside, you know? And I'm gonna see if anybody has flashlights, and if they don't, I'm gonna swap it to Infectious Fright. Yeah, she's really fun to play. The only thing is, I use her regurgitation a lot. The only time I really use her flight mode is if it's a big map and you need to go from one point to another. A Twitch player. Yeah, but like elsewise, I don't really use her flight mode very much. Mm-hmm. Okay. Because if there's only going to be one flashlighter, then I'm going to swap it to Infectious Fright. Oh, it's another flashlighter. Are we ready? Okay. 2 or more, and I run Lightborn. Because you could have 2 people that have flashlights, and one of those people could also grab a flashlight from like a chest. So then you end up like 3. So it's a good rule of thumb that if 2 or more people run clickers, then you should bring Lightborn. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not easy. Like, that was with a difficult map of like the long corridors. And it was funny how as soon as I said like the only way that I would win this, because I was down to 2 gens. And I was like, the only salvation would be if they started getting arrogant. Because that's typically what happens, is like reading the situation. And in my experience, the majority of the time, if they like get like 3 gens on you or more, or like 2 or more gens, they start getting kind of arrogant because they're like, oh yeah, we got this. And then they start like doing things that they wouldn't normally do. Particularly if they have flashlights, they start, like, it's like they get comfortable. Ooh, this is a good map. Kind of biased, but and since it's such a big map, we're just gonna get stuck into. Hey, you get out of there. He's wasting a lot of gens, but he's also wasting a lot of my time. I need to get him. Yeah, because they've already got a gen done. He didn't expect that. But we wasted so much time chasing him. I thought she was gonna backtrack it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That one's still damaged, so we can go. I missed. They don't backtrack the pallets. Mm-hmm. See how that didn't count? That's BS. And they already have like 2 gens that are almost done too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look at that. That's total BS. Get out of there. Mm-hmm. But you see how they're all injured. What the heck was I stuck on? Mm-hmm. 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 They're trying to heal. Because I think that one guy is like doing a Jin. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They're gonna get out. Because her Mori is like too long. Yeah, they'll get out. Mm-hmm. See? Her Mori is just way too long. Yeah, just go. If it wasn't for how long her Mori was, it wouldn't have wasted like so much time. Mm-hmm. I think it's funny that the P100 is the one that I killed, though. The one that's supposed to be like the best out of the four. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because her Mori takes forever. And in the time it takes her to do the Mori, it's like they can run there, get the gate, and escape. That means your Mori is way too long. Jason's is even longer than that. Mm-hmm. Let's just do this. Oh, no. Have to like do it individually. No. Mm-hmm. And then do that. Do this. Mm-hmm. Not at all. Who? I could give her another level as well. I've been leveling my survivors and I've been neglecting my killers. I didn't mean to be so quiet, but when I play killer, like, I talk more when I play survivor. When I play killer, I get so focused. Because you pretty much can't stop. It's like you're constantly in motion. You can't just stand there, like, chill out or just vibe out. Like, you're pretty much always going. Mm-hmm. There we go. Just trying to give some love to my killers. That one's 10, that's good. And Karasu, she's at 8. Mm-hmm. Spirit is number 1. Onryo is number 2. Karasu is number 3. Trickster is number 4. And Plague is number 5. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they were both dead. Like, basically all they both needed was like one hit and they both would have been dead because they were both dead on hook and injured. All it would have taken is like one schmickle of each of them and I would have been done. Had I like gone for them instead of Moriing both times and just like hooked instead of Moriing, I would have had a 4K. But because I like her Mori, I would rather Mori and get a 2K. Because it's like they both were injured and dead on hook, so they basically both barely escaped. When you're dead on hook and injured, the killer has like beaten you. Because all you need is like one hit and you're done. Because there's technically, you have to be hooked 3 times. So like the first time is first hook, the second time is second hook, and the third time you get hooked, you automatically die. So when they have a 2, that means the very next time that they get hooked, it's insta dead. So when they have a 2 and they're injured, all you have, like, that means one hit and they're done. So, because the thing with her is you want to keep them all injured. I mean, that's true with like most killers, but just like keeping them injured is a good rule of thumb. We can level her as well, because she's running low on some stuff. Yeah, it's a little bitter. I'm gonna have her. See, I like her original skin because I think it's scarier, but I really do like her, this skin. That's what we're gonna use. And that's kind of why I tend to play Survivor more, because if I play Killer, I don't talk a lot. I'm kind of just like in the zone, you know? So there's not a whole lot of like socialization. No, it's okay. Well, because you said that you wanted me to play a little bit of Killer, because I didn't really play a whole lot of Killer the past couple of times that I've streamed. And we're going to be streaming for a while, so I'm kind of doing the Killer matches while it's early, because usually when it's early is like when all the... Exactly, so... I don't know. Ooh. How did that not hit? You're just gonna run around this the whole time? Yeah, that's BS. Like, she's taking the punk way out of just, like, utilizing this over and over. Mm-hmm. Somebody's blowing gins deliberately. No. Don't be a jerk. Sure, buddy. Sure. You're gonna throw Shack Pallet? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like when they play like that. It's like, let me use the fact that I'm on PC, you know. There's like no other hooks around. All the hooks are like super far away from each other. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, they're also like gin rushing. How did that not count? Are you kidding me right now? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like the way that they're playing is sketchy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, come on now. Like, what are these people, man? Like, what the? These people are being assholes. There's no nice way to put that. They're actually being assholes. No. You can't be a jerk the entire match and then try to suck up to somebody and be nice at the end. Like, no. Like, if you're a jerk, but at least own being a jerk. Like, just get out. I can't stand playing with people like this. Like, get out and get away from me. I can't stand people like that. Spamming the flashlight in my face multiple times, like running around in a circle and like teabagging at me and doing all this like ignorant crap. Like, you're all getting reported, so you may as well just leave. Yeah, because when I was actually playing against them legitimately and chasing them legitimately, they got hit. So they have to resort to playing like jerks to get their way. Just leave. Like, just leave. Get out. Get out. You've already made an ass out of yourselves. Hanging around is not going to change that. Just like she was like trying to give me her med kit, and I'm like, no, you've all been jerks the whole time. You can't be a complete jerk to somebody and then try to be nice at the end. Like, no, you already like revealed your true colors. You can't take that back, you know. They're deliberately staying in the match to even further be a jerk. Like, you're all getting reported, so enjoy that. I don't care how long you drag this out. Mm-hmm. It's disgusting human behavior and it's sickening, and that's why I stopped engaging with it. It's like, okay, I chased everybody, and when I was chasing them legitimately, like, they would get downed and hooked. They had to cheat to do it. No. That person was like spamming me in the eyes with their flashlight. The 11 was like always out of reach. Mm-hmm. It's disgusting. And it's like, those people will sit there and treat people like that, and then they laugh, saying like, oh, you're just A, B, and C. And it's like, no, you're just a disgusting human being. That's like actual disgusting human behavior. There's no need for all that crap. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. And like the Michaela was the one that was flashlight spamming me, and they're P100. It's like, once you're P100, you're just basically bored on the game, and so you just go around like harassing other people because you have nothing else better to do. Because I hit them. Like, they weren't even good at running. They just like tried to flashlight me every time I was like on somebody else and going to hook them. They were trying to flashlight me, which is fine because it's like you're trying to get the flashlight saved. But once you start spam flashlighting somebody, that's just straight up bullying for no reason. Mm-hmm. And the problem is, like, the developers make it to where they basically get away with being assholes. You're literally a piece of human dog shit, and you get away with it because the developers have no balls, of, like, putting people in their place and actually being held accountable for treating people like crap. So they just get away with it. That's total BS. There's no accountability, there's no consequence. Like, they basically live in this fantasy world where they can do whatever they want to do, and there's no consequence to it. It's kind of like the keyboard warriors, they got all the things to say, like everybody's like cocky and says what they want to say when there's no repercussions. And it's like, yeah, but if you were standing in front of that person saying it, you wouldn't have the cojones to say it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly. It's like everybody's a big man talking trash when it's online, and there's no, like, you don't actually have to deal with, like, the repercussions of it. Mm-hmm. We're gonna go back to Survivor from that. I'm just gonna sit outside and stare at the sky for a little bit, because that kind of behavior, like, is disgusting. And there's like a plethora of other words that I want to use. Yeah. It's like sometimes it's merited to say like what you need to say, because censoring it just doesn't bring across like what you're actually, like, no. Sometimes things is just bullshit, period. There's no like euphemism for that. There's no like eloquent way to put that somebody's being a little human piece of crap to you, because they have nothing else better to do with their life. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna sit outside. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I said before, that's why I don't like playing at this time. I prefer to play like late at night. Because most of these people that play like that are like the punk kids that they're trying to make memes and like they haven't grown up yet. Like, they still think that it's entertaining to belittle and make fun of people and bully people, and it's like, karma exists. You're gonna come across, like, because see, it's easy to do online, like I said, because there's no repercussion, but it's like, do you have the cojones to do that in person when it really counts? Because you're always going to come across somebody that is like, puts you in your place, brings you down a couple of pegs of like humility, and makes you realize like what you're doing is wrong and shitty. Yeah. I just don't. Yeah. I don't play with cheaters, I don't play with hackers, and I don't play with jerks. And for me, it's worse. It's worse when people are being jerks and then they try to go back around on the back end and be nice to you. And it's like, are you kidding me right now? Like, that just makes it all better. Like, no, you already did what you did, you already said what you said, and you're a jerk. You can't, like, suck up to somebody like a child, like it's gonna be okay, like you didn't just treat somebody like complete dirt, you know. Because that one person was just like going around, they were hanging around the same spot, just going around in a circle the whole time. I've done that, but you do it and you move on. Yeah, like I don't do it half the frickin' match. Yeah, like, for example, the match that I had with Krasu with the 4 people, 3 of them had flashlights, right? And they were trying to blind me. If I had put Lightborn on, that match would have been totally different, because that one Michaela that was being the jerk wouldn't have been able to do that. Simply by me having Lightborn, I would have killed all of them. Because I was able to, like, down and hook all of them. It was the Michaela that was the toxic one that I wasn't able to down and hook, purely because she had a flashlight. And it's like, if the one thing that she's depending on, because even with that, I still hit her. So it's like, the one thing that she was so dependent on wouldn't have had that kind of power. So literally, just if I had had Lightborn to where she wouldn't have been able to spam flashlight me, and she wouldn't have been able to, like, try to stun me on the pallets and stuff, none of it would have mattered. But I don't like to always run Lightborn. The problem is everybody brings flashlights and they play like that. So, like, the majority of the time, that's how people play on this game. But even with that other team, like, yeah, they were being arrogant and they were, like, POVing me and stuff like that too. But they weren't being jerks about it. They weren't, like, clicking their flashlights at me and teabagging and, you know what I mean, like, spam flashlighting me. Yeah. There's a difference. Like, they were cocky, but they weren't jerks. Yeah. You can be arrogant, you can be confident, you can be cocky even. But there's a difference between cockiness and being a jerk. Because it's that borderline that you go above and beyond, you know, like, where it's unnecessary. And none of that is necessary. And so for me, it wasn't about the fact that they gen rushed me. It wasn't about the fact that, like, they were POVing me and she was running me around in a circle and all that stuff. I could care less about all that. It's when they started being jerks that I'm like, okay, no. it's kind of like a switch that gets flipped with me, of like, there's this and that, and then there's the other, you know? And once you go into that range, like that realm of thinking and that way of behaving, I lose all complete respect for you. Because it's just like unnecessary behavior towards another person. Like, they could have just played the game that, like, I get my hooks, they all escape, you know, whatever. They still would have all escaped, but you don't have to be a jerk to do it. That's the point. You can accomplish something legitimately without treating people like crap. You know, it's kind of like how you build your success. Like, there's a difference between, like, being a sore loser and a sore winner. Like, I don't even care that they all escaped. I'm not a sore loser. They all escaped. The problem that I had was the attitude with which they had to do it. And that speaks volumes. Like, pretty much, like, that's how you have to get your wins, by being a jerk to people. Not by playing the game, but by, like, spamming them and teabagging and clicking at them and just being a complete jerk. How you treat people says everything about you. And like what I was about to say before, like, people that have what they consider success, like, they're successful, it's like, yeah, but did you have to, like, walk on the backs of others? Did you have to treat people like they're beneath you? Did you have to talk down to people? Did you have to, you know, it's all about, it's not about the success, it's about how you get that success. Like, are you humble? Are you kind? Do you work hard? Are you putting in your effort? Or are you just depending on everybody else, like riding on the coattails of the efforts and work of others? Or are you actually doing it yourself? And your attitude with how you do it. Because you could be the most successful person in the world, but if you're nasty to people, I'm sorry, all that money and success means nothing. Because you basically, like, treated people like crap and used everybody to get it. And then you have, like, this nasty attitude of, like, I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread, and everybody's like, yeah, never mind everybody that got you there. You know what I mean? And so, like, yeah, humility goes a long way. Kindness goes a long way. And yeah, the one person was, like, trying to give me, like, a med kit to quote-unquote be nice, but it's like, once you've already been a jerk, backpedaling on that to try to make nice about it, it doesn't work with me, because it's like, it's fake, it's false. It's a falseness. Because if you were nice, if you were actually nice, you would have been nice the whole time, not just to get me to leave you alone. Because that's basically what they were trying to do, is, like, they were injured, and they were, like, they weren't injured, but they were basically trying to get me to, like, not chase them. So it's like, oh, if I give you this med kit, then you'll go away from me and go to them. So it's not genuine. Yeah. And I've been on teams like that. I've been on teams where, even on stream, I have video evidence of it, where it's like they're being really mean to the killer and, like, flashlight and teabagging and doing all this stuff, and I'm just over there, like, minding my own business and doing gens and healing who needs to be healed. Like, they come to me for healing, I go and hook people and stuff, but they're just over there, like, basically bullying and harassing the killer and being jerks. And it's like, when it comes time for gate, guess who did all the gens? Me. Who did all the healing? Me. Who kept all of the jerks alive? Like, if it wasn't for me healing them, they'd all be dead. So it's like, I healed everybody, unhooked everybody, and did all the gens. So when the gates open, I'm leaving. I'm not gonna hang around to, like, help you out. Because in this game, like, you can run the killer as long as you want. You can flashlight and drop all the pallets and run the killer and teabag, but if nobody's on gens, you're stuck in that match until gens get done. So then it comes a point where it's like you've dropped all the pallets, they've all been broken, you've ran your flashlight dry. Now what? Now you have to do gens, but when they find you on a gen, you can't run them because you don't have pallets to go to. You don't have a flashlight to, you know what I mean? So it's like you create like your own problem through like your own arrogance. Meanwhile, like the nice person minding their own business all along has been making it possible for you to escape. Because if I was really a jerk and I saw that behavior, I'd be like, you know, if you guys are going to be like that, I'm just not going to do gens and you will die because no gens are getting done. So eventually they're going to die. But it's like, I'm not like that. So then the problem becomes like by me doing the gens and making it possible for them to escape, it enables that behavior because they get away with it and they escape. But I'm also not going to lower myself to other people. Like, just because other people live certain ways and behave certain ways and do certain things doesn't mean that I do. I've talked about that many times before. Like, I can be completely surrounded by people that do unethical, ungodly things or do things that I don't agree with. And yeah, I might like talk about it with them. But at the end of the day, like, just because all this out here is like this doesn't mean that that's how I am. Like, I maintain my own personal integrity. So that's why, like, it's just a game. But how a person does one thing is how they do everything. I don't engage with cheaters and I don't engage with nasty people. Because I'm the same way in life. Like, we can be in the same room, but I'm not going to engage with you because I don't appreciate, like, your ugliness in the sense of how you treat other people. Because it's not respectful. You don't have to like somebody to respect them. Yeah. So it's just kind of a code of honor that I have within myself of like when people start behaving like that, I'm like, just leave, just get out. I have nothing left to, there's no, Oh yeah, I'm sure they're sitting there like, oh ha ha ha, we made them give up. You know, they don't get it. They don't get it because they're not on that wavelength of like. You can be competitive and still be respectful. As a matter of fact, I'm very respectful of competitors. Like when you're competing, when you're like when I was on the swim team, I always like fist bumped and like, yeah, like before the beginning of like each swim meet, we would always like high five each other and like fist bump and like, you know, and even the people that you know, on the other teams that they may have earned more points from their swim, it's like, oh no, that's amazing, like that was crazy, you know. And so like a lot of our swim meets, at least with me and like a couple of other people on my team, it's like after it was over, we would all just like hang out and talk and like, oh wow, like so how do you train and like what do you do, and that was amazing how you know, like right in the clutch, like at the very end, you know, and just like talk, and it's like respect, you know. Yeah, and because I would always, because I did the butterfly and the 500 meter, and I had people coming up to me constantly like, dude, tell me what do you do, what's your how do you work out, like what do you eat, like how do you train, like, and I don't gatekeep. It's like, no, I dedicate myself to it, you know. And you talk about it, and it's like, so you don't necessarily make friends, but it's like that camaraderie, you know. Yeah, like you're not calling them on the phone to hang out, but it's like it's all for me. Like every competition always ended in like positive vibes, no matter what. Because we made it all the way to like semifinals, and I always took first in my category. But it does. They don't just go based off of just one swimmer from the team. It has to be like the whole team based on a point system. And that's what moves you forward. But it was like no matter what, whether I won, like because I placed first in everything that I did all the way through, but you know, like just because my teammates may not have placed, or just because the other team may have placed higher, you're all a part of the same passion. You're all doing the same thing that you all enjoy. And when it comes to stuff like this, there's always going to be people that are better than you and people that are not better than you, as far as like performance wise. Nobody's better than anybody, but a better way to explain it is like some people are better skilled, you know, because nobody's better, we're all equal. But it's like you're gonna have people that perform better and you're gonna have people that don't perform better, you know. But to me, it was like, I look at it like we're all doing the same thing that we enjoy, that we love, that's part of like our passion. And that common ground is the basis for that line of respect. And so I always, some of my teammates were the same way, like because they early on, they saw that like, why do you always go over to them and like shake their hand and fist bump and like chat with them, like that's the other team. And I was like, because we're all doing the same thing. And some people started doing it too, and then other people would like come up to me and like, that's the enemy, you shouldn't be encouraging them. And I'm like, everybody needs encouragement. So it's just the way that I look at it, it should be something positive. But for me personally, it's like when someone has like that ugly behavior, like they have to go above and beyond to like bully people, to be cruel, to be mean, to cheat, to do things unethically, you know, and that's how you have to accomplish what you accomplish, like then you didn't really accomplish it, because if you subtract that from it, you're not going to have the same outcome. Yeah, it's like you have to do dirty deeds, you know, done dirt cheap, in order to move forward. And to me, that's not right. And it speaks volumes about your character. I always say this, like I would rather lose legitimately than to win by cheating or discrediting or on the backs of other people's hard work, you know, and then taking that credit. Like, credit where credit is due, man, you know. Because I do that, like, with everything. Yeah, like, with us, with dance, it's not just me, it's us, you know, as a group. I might be the lead dancer, but we're a ballet troupe, like, it's all of us, it's not just me. You know, and each person brings their own unique abilities and talents and skills and unique way of expressing it. So it's all beautiful. So there's no like one that's better than the other. I don't look at it that way. And the same at work, the same with people you see on the street. Like, we're all people, man. So to me, it's like when people go out of their way to do things like that, like what that just was, I just disengage completely. And that's why I was like, just leave, like, just go. You've already, like, you know, it's like once you've made an ass out of yourself, just go. You know? Because I knew that two of them were, like, standing at the gate teabagging and flashlighting, like, waiting for me to come over there. Like, one person just left. And two of them, like, took a minute, and then they finally left when they saw that I wasn't going to come to the gate. And then the other person, like, hung around. Yeah, and it's just like, so yeah. It's not that it upset me or angered me in any kind of way. It's just like one of those things, like I said, where it's like a flick of a switch, where as soon as you see that behavior happening, you're like, okay, I'm done. And then that's just, yeah, it's like it's like those doors that go up and down, and and you just push the button and like it. Nope, wrong answer. It's so unnecessary. Like, they gen rushed me. I've been gen rushed so many times. Whatever, But it's like you were already down to like one gen, and you still have to play like that. You still have to behave like that. You still have to be ugly about it. It's like, you guys were winning. Why do you have to go the extra mile and push it over that edge of like being a jerk about it? Can't you just take your win and go? Yeah, like the match before that. It's like, I knew that I was wasting my time mooring. They were dead on hook, and they got to the gate and left. And it's like, okay, Even though all I had to do was hit them one time and they would have been dead, it's like, okay. But then you have people like that have to go out of their way to unnecessarily be a jerk. It's kind of like when you're on social media, you make a conscious decision to say certain things. Like, if somebody makes a post, you could just look at the post and scroll. But when you go out of your way to say something nasty, you're making a conscious decision to be nasty. And there again, it's like, I just don't engage with it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of the same thing. It's like, some people will like, because I had a friend that I used to play with, whenever somebody would play a certain way like that, like behave like that, they would like message them and like paragraphs and paragraphs and like go in and like saying all this stuff and start like this huge argument and all this stuff, and I'm just sitting there waiting to go next, and they would just like start this huge thing. And it was like almost every other match it was like that. And so it became like half of our time playing was like waiting on them to stop messing. And I told them, I was like, the more energy that you give that, the more you're letting it have power over you. It's like with me, like, I report it and I move on. Unfortunately, reporting people on this game doesn't really do anything, which is why I made this statement earlier. Like, the developers just, there's no consequence. They get away with it, which is why they do it. And it's the same way, like, on social media, when people make comments in your comment section, you can block it all you want. You can report it all you want. It's still gonna happen. So my reaction when it comes to, like, negative behavior with, like, if I leave a comment and then somebody else says something nasty underneath what I write, I just ignore it. I don't even engage with them, And it's like, it cuts that off at the quick, it cuts it off at the source of like, I have nothing to say about it. Like, you're not getting that reaction from me. You're not getting that. So that's why I just report it and go next. But while that was happening, all the stuff that you were saying while it was happening, that's why I wanted to come out here and just like look at the clouds and look at the stars and sit, because you were making a lot of comments and I understand where you were coming from. And I do understand like what you were saying when that was happening, of like pretty much everything that you were saying. But me personally, that's not me to do. Yeah, I would rather just report and go next, which is exactly what I did. Yeah, it's frustrating in the moment because you're like, wow, you're really doing that. This is how you're being. And there are times where it's merited to say what it is that they're, like, call it what it is, it's disgusting. A jerk is a jerk. If you're gonna be a jerk, then that's what you are. If your behavior is exuding something, then that's what you're being. That may not be who you are as a person, but that's the behavior that you're projecting at that time. So at that time, that's what you're being, as a jerk. You might not be a jerk in life all the time, but here and now, your actions say otherwise. But to from what you were saying before, oh, I'd be DMing them and da-da-da-da-da. Sometimes I want to, because I've had way worse. This was mostly one person. It was mainly one person that was being a jerk. That's not worth my time. It's really not. And anything that, to me, anything that they would have to say doesn't really hold value, of it would just be exchanges of expletives and stuff, and I'm not, no. Because it would just be more of the same behavior, and I'm trying to enter, empathy and compassion and logic and reason into that, and it's you're just gonna keep getting more of the same. So that's why I don't, and it's a waste of time. So it's just kind of I forgive you, I pray for you, I hope that you change to a more positive attitude in the future, but it's on my end, report and move on. So yeah, because you were saying a lot of stuff. That's why I wasn't really talking a whole lot, because all the stuff that you were saying while all that was happening, it's you're not wrong. They were being a-holes, but I just was trying to play despite them being jerks. But then once that person flashlight spammed me twice, and then was at the pallet with the other person and blinding and doing all of that, I'm just I'm done. Yeah, it's even with all of that, I was still trying to just see it through and play, but everybody has their limitations, and it's they already were down to one gin. And yeah, I still probably could have broke that, because I broke the pallet, and it's I could have chased them and downed them and down the other person, and then the one with the pink that gave me the thing, I could have turned that into a 4K, but at that point I was no longer interested in a 4K. I was no longer interested in winning or losing. It wasn't about winning or losing anymore. It was about I don't want to be in this lobby with these kind of people. Because that's how I am in life. I separate myself. I just remove myself from the toxic behavior. Yeah. So I understand your point, and I understand how angry you were, because I was frustrated, but you were on a whole other level of wanting to. Yeah, I get it. I do. But that's why I just came out here and explained all of that, because I'm just different about stuff like that. Yes, it's frustrating. Yes, it makes you want to curse. In the moment, but yeah, it's how it is. And to be honest, if I wasn't in the party with you and I was by myself, I would have just went next. I would have been in another match, just minding my own business. But when you said let's talk about it, and I was okay. Yeah, so, but normally in that scenario, I just report, go next, and but I know that you like to talk about stuff, so, but that's why. Yeah, because things happen in life that can frustrate you, that can irritate you, that in that moment it's like, are you kidding me? That whole, However, do I let it change me? No. Do I let it ruin my day? No. It's like I deal with what I deal with in the manner at which I deal with it, and I move accordingly. So all the stuff that you were saying throughout that whole match, I was listening, but when at first you were saying, oh, I would just leave. I didn't want to just give up. As it progressed, I agree with what you were saying of like there being a-holes and like F them and like WTF and all the other expletives that you were saying. But for me, it's more of just like, wow, okay, you're being a jerk. Enjoy that. And I look at it like, there's always going to be like that person you come across that you meet your match basically. And technically that could have been the case with me, but it's like once they started exuding that particular behavior, I no longer cared about finishing the match and doing all this stuff. I just wanted them to leave. Yeah, because for me it's like, I'm not engaging with that. And I'm not giving them the satisfaction of going to the gate so they can teabag that much more. Because I'm not stupid. Like, I know that that's what they do because it's been done to me so many times. So I'd rather them just leave and go next. So I know that you don't agree with how I deal with certain things because you think that I should be more aggressive and I should say something to them, like message them and cuss at them, but that's not me. I cuss in frustration sometimes in the moment. But to stand there and like cuss somebody out over something, I've never done that. I've never like cussed at someone. Yeah, I just don't. It doesn't even cross my mind. And I've had people be really nasty to me. And it's just like, okay. Yeah, it's like I've gotten up and left, I've walked away, I just disengage with that kind of behavior. So I understand where you're coming from, but I'm just different. Yeah, we're two totally different people. Because to me, like, kindness and forgiveness and humility and understanding and empathy and compassion, that's where I'm coming from. Even if I'm frustrated, I will just choose to disengage with it and move on to something else. But I know with you, it's like you're gonna say what you want to say. You're gonna make, like, for you, it's like you care more about being right and making your point and expressing that anger and getting it out and like putting them in their place and like saying all the things. While I agree that like in life you will always meet your match. You will. So it's like, yes, but that's not for me to do. I would rather just, so, yeah. And I've had people say that, oh, you're a P word, or, yeah, I don't care. You can think that I'm whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to be on that level. No. Yeah, because it's like, I was aggravated, but you were actually angry. Like, you were more frustrated about it than I was. So for me, it's like, okay, you know, and then I just go over and like wait for them to leave. Whereas, based off what you were saying, you probably would have like, yeah, exactly. And see, that's not, I would never do something like that. No matter how frustrated I get, I might like curse to myself, like, you know, or get upset in the moment. But to do all of that, no. Yeah, because we're human, we're flesh and blood, you know, like, we're flesh and blood. It's normal to get angry, it's normal to get upset, it's normal to feel sad, it's normal to feel all the emotions. By saying that you don't ever get angry, you don't ever get frustrated or annoyed or upset, that's a lie. Everybody does. But then it's like, in lieu of that, okay, the frustration is there, you expressed it, you went through it, but then it's like, beyond that, you know. And I've talked about that like so many times. And it's like, how you do it is like yell, scream, cuss, you know, throw things, hit things. You want to come through the screen at people and just like ream them out is what I call it. For me, it's kind of the same way that it is with me in person and online, like on social media. When people behave that way, I just don't respond. I'm not ignoring it to be rude. I'm ignoring it because it's like, I'm not going to engage with that kind of behavior. So that's why I did what I did in the game. Like, what they were doing, yes, it was basically bullying and being mean. And even though I didn't want to give up and I didn't want to quit and I didn't want to just leave the match, I wanted to see it through and play it, but then it escalated to a point that it was like, okay. So then instead of just quitting, I just disengage and wait for them to leave. And then just report them and go next. Yeah. So that's just me, you know. And I've had people on social media say like really ugly things and like really mean things. Yeah. And it's just, it's like, okay. So, yeah, and it's not that I'm not ignoring the issue. As a matter of fact, it's quite the opposite. I see the issue, but for me, it's about disengagement and like de-escalation, by no longer engaging with it. Because like, for example, they were like flashlight spamming me, right, and like teabagging at me. If you go stand in front of a wall, they can't blind you, right? So they can no longer do the thing that they're using to be ugly and to bully you with. When you take that element away to where it's like, I'm not engaging with you, I'm just standing there facing a wall. I know it looks crazy, but it's like, they can no longer blind me, they can no longer teabag at me because all I see is a wall. So they can teabag all they want. I'm not seeing it. I'm not looking at them. They can't blind me. So everything that they're doing to be petty and to be ugly is taken away. So then they don't have a choice but to basically go away, get on the gens, and then leave. Like they should have been doing all along. It's like, just do your gens, you know? Like, just be a decent human being. Just do your gens and have fun with your teammates and, you know, play the game. And the point of that is like, had that been what you were doing all along, it wouldn't have even been an issue. It's the fact that you had to go out of your way to be a jerk. When you could have won your match, finished your gens, and still won your match, but done it in a normal way. So by doing what I did, it's like it takes that away, and they don't have a choice but to like, okay, I guess since they're just gonna go stare at a wall, let's just go finish the gens and leave. And it's like, exactly. So once you're no longer entertaining that behavior, what do? They resort back to what they should have been doing all along. There you go. So it's just like a parent, if your child is like screaming and kicking and throwing things and destroying things, my reaction to that is to sit and talk with them, understand where they're coming from. And if they don't want that, then it's like you basically disengage with that, and eventually they stop. And it's like, okay, now that you're done with your tantrum, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna talk. So you got it all out of your system. I'm no longer engaging with you about it. Now that you're done, now we're gonna have a conversation. Exactly. So, yeah, it's like once you're done making your noise and kicking and screaming and throwing things and destroying the house and doing all your stuff, it's like, whatever you're gonna do. Okay, are you done? It's like, are you done? Okay, now can we talk about it like two civilized human beings? Are you ready to talk about it now? Or are you still dead set on... Yeah, exactly. It's like, when you're ready, I will be here. When you're ready to communicate and express yourself like a decent human being with empathy and understanding, I will be here. Because the other thing is like, I don't have to put myself amidst all of that. For example, with Koki, when he was struggling with his his vices, and I was helping him, and he was throwing things at me, and it's like, I just wouldn't engage it. He would do all the things, and it's like, get it out of your system. But it's like, I'm not going anywhere. You're not gonna get rid of me. Like, I'm not just gonna quit and walk away because you're throwing a tantrum. But at the same time, I don't have to take part in it. You know what I mean? Because it's like pulling myself into your chaos, and I don't deserve that. But at the same time, when you're done with said chaos, I'm here to listen and talk and do all the things. So, yeah, but it's like, am I gonna let you pull me into your tornado of chaos? Like, no. Does that mean that I don't care? No, but what it does mean is like, it's not right or fair to suck somebody else into your vortex because you have an issue. Yeah. Yeah, it's like displacement. Because most of the time when people take things out on others, whether it's anger or frustration or jealousy or chaos or destruction, or, it's like the path of destruction, basically. It's like that's why I say it's like a tornado, because what a tornado does is it stirs up all this stuff, but it destroys everything in its path, which means it brings other innocent things in its path of destruction, and then it leaves behind a path of destruction. So for me, it's like, I'm here for you. I'm willing to listen, I'm willing to understand, and I want to help, and I want to communicate, and I care. But I also don't have to be in the midst of that destruction in order to do so. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like I'm not fleeing, but I'm not going to put myself in the middle of it either. Because there have been a few times where I have like put myself in that and helped the person stop and get out of it, but to be honest, like, it's still not right, you know. Yeah. Because it's like you're an innocent party to all of that, and you don't deserve to catch, you know. Yeah. Yeah, and everything is different, you know, all situations are different, all people are different, and you know, even you, like, you've been like drinking yourself into a frenzy and crying and screaming and just angry and hitting things, and you know, because somebody broke up with you and you're heartbroken and you're just frustrated and all that stuff, and I just put my arms around you and hold you while you're angry and just continue holding you and rocking you, and you calm down. So that's putting myself in that line, in that path, in that line of destruction. So it's also discerning, like, there's no like rhyme or reason to that. It's knowing the person, knowing the situation, seeing, like, you know, because there's some stuff where it's like, you know, and then there's other things that it's like, just grab the person and hold them and let them cry, let them scream, let them cuss, let them, you know, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to hold you until you're, you know, so, yeah, so, exactly. But with stuff like that, it's not like they're my friend that's going through something and I care about them and it's a major life thing. It's strangers online being jerks for the sake of being jerks because they think it's funny. That's it. And for me, it's like, I just disengage with it. That's it. So it's not the same thing. Yeah, like I don't have to be partisan to your jerkiness. Yeah. Okay. Because I feel like I said a lot. Okay. As long as that explains, because I understand where you were like wanting to know, like, why aren't you, like, you know, why aren't you doing this, why aren't you doing that, like, why don't you message them, why don't you, you know, like, and it's like, because that's just not me. Yeah, like, yeah. Yeah, it's like, do I recognize the behavior when I see it and call it out? I'm gonna call it out. Yeah, like, you are being a jerk. But how I deal with that is different than most people. Because to me, all it does is accelerate it and make it worse and emphasize it, and it's like, it builds into something it doesn't need to be, you know? That's why I say, like, I just report and move on. I'm not, and that's the whole thing. Like, with my friend that I talked about, it was like, it became like this whole thing. There were some times where it was like, they would get into talking like paragraphs and paragraphs and just like going back and forth with these people, literally just because they were being a jerk in a game, and it would like metastasize into like a 30-minute, hour-long whatever conversation, and I'm sitting there like standing in like right now, standing there like that with my friend in the menu, and I'm like, I'm gonna go make food. And you're like, okay, yeah, go make food. I'll let you know when I'm done. And so I would like go to the bathroom. There was a time where like I started food. I took a shower and went to the bathroom. Came back, finished the food, ate my food, and they were still like yelling into their headset. And I was just like, I'm just gonna play solo queue until you're done, and then when you're done, let me know and I'll add you back in. It's like I can go away and have a whole life, you know? And for me, personally, in my opinion, which I told them, because we talked about it a lot, I was like, I just don't think it's worth it. It doesn't resolve anything, and it doesn't fix the problem. It doesn't resolve anything. You don't come to any kind of... All you're doing is just like making it worse and worse and worse. And then eventually, like, because it always happened that way. It was like it would just escalate, and then they would get to a point, and then they would just block them. And I'm like, you messaged them out of frustration, typed paragraphs, sent messages like from the headset, like vocally, for like a half an hour, sometimes longer, and then you block them anyway. And it's like you're blocking the person that you went out of your way to message, when you could have just reported them and moved on. So it's like you do all of that for nothing. To me, because you're very much the same way, because pretty much, like, that's why I used her as an example, because a lot of what you were saying is like what she would do. And it's like, in my opinion, how I am with things, that's not worth my time. There's already been like negativity, and how I handle negativity is to disengage and move forward. I can call it out and recognize it, like, wow, they're being jerks. Okay, you know, like, yeah, like the stuff that I was saying. But it's like, do I have to engage with that? No. Yeah, because to me, it's like, I want to have fun. I'm here to have fun, and I'm not gonna let somebody else like infiltrate my day and my positivity and how I feel. It's kind of the simplest way I can put it is like, take your negativity and go on, you know? Like, keep walking, you know? You can be you, and you can be negative, and you can be toxic, and you can do all the things, but just not around me. You're welcome to be who you are and have your attitude and you know, your chip on your shoulder and all that stuff. That's wonderful, because that might be your current state of what you're going through, what you're feeling right now. That's cool, but it's like, me personally, I'm gonna be over here. You know, not because I'm being mean or ignoring, but because it's like, I don't need that negativity. Now, if you come to me because you want to talk to me about it, or you want advice or something like that, okay, we can talk, but do I allow that to circumvent me? No. Because I call it's like tar. It's like they want to spread it around and attach it to everybody around them and pull it. It's like quicksand, you know. They splash the tar out on people and pull them down into their quicksand. It's like weave. No. So it's not to be a jerk. It's just, no. I'm happy doing what I'm doing, you know. I'm here if you want to talk, but other than that, because I get it, like, they might have had a bad day, or maybe they're, like I said, it's usually displaced anger or frustration. And that's cool, because like, we're all human and we're all going through stuff. It's when you start bringing other people into it. Like, you can have your chaos, but it's when you start trying to pull everybody else into your chaos, you know. And not only that, but taking that chaos, and by doing those things, it's like you're making it worse. I'm just watching. Yeah, and then it turns something that one person is going through into splattering all over everybody else, and then it metastasizes into this big storm, you know. And now everybody's, you know, no, I just let it roll off. It's not avoidance. It has nothing to do with avoidance. It has to do with, I'm not going to let you ruin my day. I'm not going to allow your negativity to have power over me and my peace of mind and what I'm doing. Like, you cannot take my joy from me. You know, I don't let people have the power to steal my joy. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, it's like, oh, we're in this situation and A and B happens, you know, and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, like, I'm good. I'm moving forward, and I'm still gonna continue to dance and be happy and be free and do my thing. I will pray for you, and I hope that everything works out. Now, if you want to sit and talk about it because you are feeling a certain type of way, like, I'm all ears. I'm here. You know, I can listen and understand and empathize with you and have compassion, give advice if you ask for it, you know. But if you're just dead set on just being in that whirlwind, I pray for you, and that's it, you know. But I'm not gonna let you like steal my happiness and my joy and try to pull me into that and try to push that off on me, you know. So that's not avoidance. That's knowing your boundaries and having enough self-respect for yourself to acknowledge and recognize and care, but not allow it to overtake you. There's a big difference. No, it's okay. I wanted to come out here anyway. That's why I was like, I'm gonna go sit outside and look at the stars. Because when you were saying that you wanted to talk about that, because you were like, oh, we're gonna talk about it, like this was BS, like blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna go sit outside and stare at the stars anyway, because it's like I knew that. So it's not negative. We are different people. We do things differently. We handle things differently. We look at things differently. That's just the way it is. Like, you're you and I'm me, you know? So when you were like, well, why did you do, you know, and you started asking me all the questions, that's why. I tend to observe, recognize, process it, come up with a plan, come up with a solution, and then determine my actions. And amidst that, it's like, yeah, it is frustrating when somebody's being that way in your face and you're like, you know, but all the while in the background, I'm like, this is one, basically, like, I wanted to continue the match. I didn't want to just leave, you know, so I continued playing the match. But then once it got to a certain point, it's like, okay, I'm not just gonna leave, but I no longer care about finishing the match because I don't want to engage with these people. So then I just go and stare at a wall to where they can't blind me, they can't teabag at me, they can't continue their toxic behavior. They just have to go back over there, do their gens, and leave. And that's why I was like, just go. Like, you know, because I can hear when they're behind me. You can hear like the rustling of the grass. Like you can tell when they like come over there to where you're at and they're standing there and they're teabagging and they're doing all this stuff. And it's like, just go over there, do your gens, and leave. Because I have disengaged. So once you have disengaged, all the stuff that they're doing no longer matters. Yeah. So it's not avoidance. It's not because I didn't want to deal with it, as you were putting it. It's not because I was being a pussy, as you were saying. It's like, anyway, it's not all of those things. It's, I don't have to entertain it. Like I said, it's the same thing like when I'm on social media. I will make a comment and somebody will put something underneath it that's critical, like criticizing what I said. Okay. Like, I said what I said because that's how I genuinely feel. You're coming at it from a place of criticism. I'm coming at it, like, I originally was expressing what I expressed because I'm speaking from the heart, and these are my thoughts or feelings about whatever it is. You read it and are coming from a place of being defensive or trying to start something or trying to, like, make someone look bad or start up something with somebody just to start drama. I'm allergic to drama. That's why I don't message people. I don't message people on this game. Sometimes I do, but it's always like, GG, well played. You know, like, I could take a screenshot of like the messages that I have on my PlayStation, and all of them it's a list of people, and it's all people that I've played the game with, and some of them messaged me first, and then some of them I messaged them, like when I would come across somebody who's like a really good killer, but maybe we escaped. And it's like, I would message them and be like, I could tell that you were just starting out and you did a really good job. If you want pointers or any help, but like, GG's, you did really well considering, you know, and like basically like encouragement. And then there's people that it was a really challenging match, you know, and it's just like, GG's, well played, you know, and like, so it's all positive stuff. There's no like, I just don't. I don't do that in person. I don't do that through texting. I don't do that in voice messaging. I don't do that on social media. I don't do it at work. I don't do it on the street. I just don't. Having that back and forth, like going off on somebody and like cursing at people and like yelling at people and arguing, and no. That's why that's why I always say, like, I don't argue, because it's true. Like, I just don't. If you want to pick an argument or provoke a fight, if you're a provoking type person, you're going to be very disappointed around me. If you're trying to like pull something out of me to like get me going, or like trying to make me feel bad, or like trying to make me feel less than, or like saying something that you know is hurtful just to like try to get me to be upset, you're pretty much just making a jerk out of yourself, and you're not going to get a response back. So through doing all of that, it's like you're just revealing to me your character, and I'm not going to engage with it because I have no interest in engaging in that kind of behavior. Yeah, so it's like, instead of getting mad and reacting and being all mad and then like responding and like it just that doesn't accomplish anything. And as a matter of fact, that's probably what they wanted. I have no interest in that. It's like, I'd rather just keep carrying on doing what I'm doing, being myself and being happy and doing my thing, you know. I don't care about all that stuff. So, whereas you see that it's like I'm avoiding conflict, it's not avoidance, because I'm still recognizing it and I still address it, but how I deal with it, how I handle it is different. Yeah, it's like I'm not ignoring it. I'm not ignoring the issue or ignoring what happened, but I also can choose to not be a part of it. I would rather talk it out, or, you know, yeah, something that's more proactive. And if they're dead set on just being negative and trying to like evoke something, they're gonna be sitting there with themselves. It's like once you realize like, oh, they don't want to have a conversation, they're not looking for a solution to a problem, they just want to be mad. I don't have to put myself around that. Yeah. Because I've experienced that where it's like they're angry. It's like you have a right to be angry. You have a right if you want to be a jerk, if you want to be angry, if you want to start arguments, if you want to be aggressive, if you want to evoke all this aggressive behavior, you have a right to do that. That's cool, but I also have a right to choose not to be a part of it. For my own self-respect, for my own peace. And that doesn't make me less than just because I choose not to engage with that. Yeah. So it's like I see what you're saying, but I completely disagree. It doesn't mean that I'm less than for not doing it that way. It just means that my way of dealing with stuff is different. Because I look at things from more of an observational perspective, and then like, what can we do to make this better? And so my solution to make that situation better was to just disengage, to where the things that they were doing no longer were effective. Yeah, so it's like instead of like, continuing to pursue it, continuing to let that happen, it's like just disengage. So that was my neutrality of like, I'm not just gonna give up and leave, but I'm not gonna allow this to continue either. Yeah. That was just my choice. And sometimes I've had situations where they are being toxic like that, and I just kill them all and get a 4K, So it's like, but in that particular instance, I didn't care about that at the time. So it's different for each, yeah. I don't let people steal my thunder. You can't steal my sunshine. If you steal my sunshine, you can't steal my sunshine. You can't take my joy. You can't rob me of my convictions. You can't change my mood or bring me down or any of that. And that's not an arrogance. That's, I know me. I know my heart. I know where I resonate. I know the joy and the gratitude and the happiness that I feel every single day. And it's strong. And it's through him. And so, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. No one can take that from me. Do I have days where I'm like, kind of melancholy that day? Or like, not even really melancholy, I would say like lost in thought. Because I'm not particularly sad about anything. But it's more of just like lost in thought. Like, I'll have some days where I'm just more internalized and like in my thoughts and quiet and just like thinking and talking to him and praying, and so it's like more internal, and I'm more focused on just like talking with him and praying about things and thinking about things. And so it can be perceived as like, oh, you're quiet, you're sad, and it's like, no. Do I get sad because I'm human? Yes, but being quiet or being like more internalized doesn't always equate sadness. And I've spent my life like explaining that to people. Not explaining, but it's like people see that you're just, I'm sitting there and I'm just like reading or just like spacing out and looking off and not really saying much, and they're like, oh, what's wrong? And it's like, there's nothing wrong. I'm just spaced out, lost in thought, or really thinking about something, or talking to him, and it's like, but people equate that to like, oh, something must be wrong, because 95% of the time it's like, I'm happy, I'm smiling, I'm bubbly, I'm all the things. And so when they see that I'm not, they assume right off the bat like, oh, he must be sad. Something must be wrong. And I understand that. It makes sense, you know. So I don't get upset about it, and I don't get defensive about it. It's just like, no, there's nothing wrong. I'm just over here vibing out and spacing out and thinking. And also, I have the awareness that when I am spaced out and lost in thought, I have resting bitch face. My resting bitch face goes hard. So it might look like I am upset about something, but I'm not. Yeah. If I'm sad or feeling a type of way, I will communicate it. You know, that way people aren't left to like wonder and worry and all that stuff. Yeah, it's like, just feeling a little bit, you know, off the tick today, just a little bit out of sorts, but it's okay, I'll figure it out, you know. Nothing to worry about, you know. Because for me, like, I'm very big about not pushing it off onto other people. It's like it's between me and him, you know. And like I said the other day when we were talking on my stream, I didn't save it, but it's like, it's not that I don't want help, but my go-to is him. You know, so it's like, I understand, like, people want to help and they want to, you know, what's wrong, how can I help, you know, and I understand that, and I don't push that away, but I just communicate that, you know, it's something that I'm gonna handle myself, and I'm doing the work with him to do so. Yeah. For example, when my grandfather passed away, you know, my friend Wheels, when my friend Wheels passed away, you know, when Chico passed away, you know, it's like, yeah, he has a lot of nicknames. We call him Chichi, Chico, Chiro. His name was Chiro, but, you know, you get all the nicknames. But my grandfather passing away was the big one. That was the hardest one. And and it's like they knew, you know, but it was like he was like a father to me that I never had. And he set that baseline of like what a man should be. Yeah, it's like he worked hard, he provided for his family, he was a man of God, he had morals and principles and standards, and he actually like abided those things. Because he didn't just say it and not do it. He wasn't contradictive of like, do as I say, not as I do, or like, oh, you know, you tell everybody all of this over here, but on the back end, behind the scenes, you're over here doing this. That's like completely contradicted to everything that you're saying. Like, no, he was consistently who he was. Unashamedly. And that has a lot to do with why I am the way that I am. You know, not only because I'm naturally the same way, but because like anytime something happened or anything like that, I would talk to God and I would talk to him, and we were always in accordance. It was like kind of to see, and then when he would say what he would say and I was talking to God and the same thing, it's like, okay, we're all on the same page, you know. But it's like sometimes, especially when you're younger, it's like you need to like, it's like getting a second opinion, you know. Yeah, because I am not beyond reproach. There's also things where it's like, okay, here's this thing, this is how I feel about it, this is how I would handle it. But when you're younger, it's like, but is that the right thing to do? Or is there possibly something else that I'm not aware of, that I don't know about, that could possibly potentially be like a better way to go about it? And so to me, it's like, this is good in my opinion, and I've talked with God about it. but just getting a different perspective. And he would always tell me, he's like, no, that's what you should do. And I was like, well, I just, just in case. And there were some times where he's like, okay, what you want to do, that makes sense, but A, B, and C. And I'm like, oh, okay. So it's like that superlative of like, the baseline is good, but as a child, you're still learning. And it's like, this over here is good of what you want to do, but here's something to consider as well. And it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And so that's how you learn. And I've always been that kind of person where it's like, I'm receptive. And I'm going to say receptive because I'm open-minded and receptive to different ways of thinking and different points of view. However, I can receive those things, but I can also discern like whether I choose to do it or not. Because sometimes it's like, that's an interesting perspective, and it does make sense. Sorry, my earbuds just fell out. It's an interesting perspective and it makes sense, but at the same time, it might not be the path that I take for whatever reason it might be. But you're still listening to them and seeing their point of view, So, like, if I was in a relationship with somebody and I had a big decision that I was going to make, like, oh, am I going to take this job, right? And I'm going back and forth in my mind about like, well, the pro con lists, the pros and the cons, and like how I feel, like how it would affect my life, how it would affect their life, all the things. And you're thinking about all these things. Do I know what I want to do? Yes. Have I talked to God about it? And what is your command? What is your will? You will reveal that. You will show me that. Yes. However, do I make decisions and think for myself? Yes. However, I'm also going to talk with my partner about it and get their perspective because they matter to me. What they think matters to me. And they might also say, they might also have insight that it's like, oh, okay. So it's like a different way of looking at things. And I think that you can think for yourself and, because I'm living proof that this is the case. You can be independent and strong-minded and strong-willed and have a heart and, have all the integrity in the world but you can also still consider others. And even if you don't necessarily like agree 100%, or even if you do agree but you're like, no, I agree and I see what you're saying, but this is what I'm gonna do, but it's the simple fact of like inclusiveness of like, I'm not just gonna go through and make all these decisions by myself and do all this stuff for my life. Meanwhile, you have a whole other person to consider. Their life is affected by it too. And not even with big stuff like that. It could be something simple. That was just an example, but, it's like, you just be having a conversation with somebody, like we're doing now. And it's like, even though we're two totally different people and we do things completely differently, and we have two totally opposite perspectives on life, I still listen to what you say, and I still take what you say into consideration, because just because we don't live our lives the same way, and we don't have the same personality, and we do things completely opposite, doesn't mean one person's right and one person's wrong, and it doesn't mean that one person is better, one person is less than. It still matters. Yeah. And because to me, at the end of the day, I know I use that turn of phrase a lot, but His will be done, right? So there you go. At the end of the day, His will be done. And but I enjoy listening to other people. I like hearing like how their mind works, what they think about, how they do things, how they process, how they make their decisions. Not because yeah, not because I care about everybody else's opinion of me, but because I value them as a person. There's a difference. There's a difference between worrying about what everybody else thinks of you and needing validation and valuing someone as a person, considering them and listening to them and being open-minded and receptive and willing to understand from their point of view. Those are two totally different things. Hey, what is this stuff? Oh. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 12:34. Yeah. But see, that's the thing. I came out here after that match because I knew that you wanted to talk about it. Now, my normal decision making would be report, go next. So that's me. I make up my own mind and it's like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. However, because I value you as a person and you had a lot that you wanted to say about it and you wanted me to answer your questions and explain why I did what I did, here we are. So it's being open-minded and receptive and like allowing you that expression of like your point of view, but also explaining my point of view. Yeah. Exactly. That's why I always say it's not negative. Yeah, just because you're talking about something that matters or something that might be a little bit more serious in the moment or like talking about like life stuff. Sorry, I had like a really big coughing fit there for a second. Yeah, and I don't think that that's negative. I've said that so many times on my streams, like, talking about real stuff is not negative. I personally enjoy it. A lot of people find it either negative or boring, and it's like, oh, it's too serious, and it's like, it's only negative and serious and boring because you think that. That doesn't make it true. Because everything is so surface level and so fake nowadays. It's like everybody's being performative and trying to be like perfect all the time and trying to push off like this air of like, it's like people aren't allowed to be human anymore. You can't have a serious thought-provoking conversation without people saying, oh, that's boring, that's negative. That's human. That's depth. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like just because I have depth doesn't mean that I'm depressed and sad and miserable and huddled in a corner somewhere. Like I'm still me, but yeah. So, but that's their opinion based off of their assumptions and what they're perceiving it to be. That's why I always say in my videos, like, if people, like, when we have conversations like this, if people stop watching because they think it's boring or they think it's, yeah, they can click away. If you get bored every time things get real, you're gonna have a hard life anyway, because life is not always the fluff. But there again, just because things can be serious and of substance doesn't mean that it changes who I am. Like, I still have my joy, my heart, my love. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's okay. My friend is on, so that actually kind of works out. Yeah, it's okay. No, I know that you were planning on watching me the whole time, but dude, you don't have to apologize for, like, if your boyfriend, like, wants to come over and hang out and you want to spend time with him, you don't need to, like, explain that to me. Yeah, it's a nice surprise, so have fun. Yeah, like, have fun hanging out. Yeah, no worries. I'll probably stream tomorrow, and I'm also off on the weekend, so I'll definitely be streaming this weekend. And we don't have a performance this week, so I'll be at dance, like, later tonight. So yeah, like, don't worry about it. Yeah. You don't have to feel bad because he showed up and you want to hang out. Like, he's your boyfriend. Yeah, and my friend's here, so I'll chat with her and we'll play together and the show will go on as it were. No, it's okay. I will. Yeah. Okay. Have fun. It's a good thing that I already played my killer matches. Oh yeah, and it wasn't even a big deal. It was just people being toxic as usual. But in that particular match, Lee got, like, really upset, more than usual, and she was just, like, asking, like, why I handled it the way that I did, because I basically just, like, walked over to a wall and just stared at the wall, because it's like, if you're gonna be a jerk, I'm just not gonna interact with you. I wasn't gonna quit, but I don't have to engage with you either. So she was just, to her, it's like I should do, because she's very much like the aggressive kind of person. And so her reaction would have been like totally different, and she wanted me to like explain why did you just go stare at a wall instead of doing A, B, and C. And I'm like, so I spent this whole time out here on the balcony like explaining to her like this is why I do what I do. So yeah, it wasn't even a big deal. Like, was it frustrating in the moment because they were being jerks? Like, yeah. But it's like, for me, I just reported them, and I was like clicking ready to go next, and she was like, oh no, we need to talk about it because I want you to tell me like what. And so I'm like, okay. So I unreadied, and like I'm like, we're just gonna sit out on the balcony and talk. So that's all that was. Yeah, it wasn't anything. And people being people. That's why I said earlier, I was like, people are just people, man. Like, exactly. And that goes back to what I was saying while I was sitting out here. Like, in your case, like, you can be a negative Nancy all you want, but it doesn't mean that I have to be a part of it. Am I judging you? No. But do I have to let you drag me into it and affect my day and my happiness? No. Like, no, I'm good. I want to be happy. I was happy. If I come into work and you're sourpuss, like, if you want to talk, I'm here. But otherwise, I'm minding my own business and being happy and carrying on my day. So, eh. That reminds me of Game of Thrones. It's like, what do we say to death? Not today. Not today. Mhm. Oh, that's funny. That basically, like, her not being there, everybody's happier. That tells you like the effect of things, though, because like when I was working at Starbucks, like when I was younger, before I started working at the lab, um, I started off as a barista, and they made me a manager like pretty much like within a couple of weeks of being there, and they were like, what is your opinion of like how to be a good manager? And I was like, being a good boss, being a good leader, being a good person, like it's not about being a boss, it's about being a leader. And the difference is like when you come in to work, whether you're in management or not, but this is how I think of things. Your attitude can affect everybody. If you come in with a sour attitude and just like this negativity, it's like you can bring everybody else down. Now, for somebody like me, how your coworker is wouldn't matter because I don't let other people bring me down like that. But typically, it's like your nasty attitude can rub off on people. And it's like everybody was happy, and then you come in and try to bring everybody down with your sourness. And that's where people like me, it wouldn't bother me. So like I could work with her and be completely unaffected because I don't let other people like bring me down like that. Mhm. 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 Yeah. Mm. Well, and not only that, like I think that's part of it, but it's just like wanting to know your business of like because when you're that kind of person, people like that think that everybody's always talking about them. So, like, she's worried that, like, you guys are talking about me. And it's like, if you're not behaving in such a way, you wouldn't have to worry about that. And the other part of that is, like, ego of, like, not everybody's always talking about you. Like, we're just over here enjoying lunch. We're not talking about you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I apologize. I hate when I have to do that on stream, but I'm a human being, so I will be right back. Okay. Let's see if I can turn this, because it's like really warm and humid in here. There we go. La la la. La la la. La. But yeah, that's all that was. It was mostly like, she's the kind of person that you have to explain things so thoroughly for her to understand. So usually most of my streams, the reason that I explain things to such an extent is because most of my streams I'm talking to her, and she needs me to explain everything like just so, otherwise she won't get it. And she'll ask like a million questions, so I try to be as thorough as possible, and then she's like, okay, now I get it. So she's a little bit different. So for people that watch, it might seem like I'm over explaining all the time, but that's because I understand her and the way that she thinks and what she needs in order to understand something, because I'm not just gonna let her twist in the wind when she's wanting to know something. So it's like, no, I'm going to explain it so you know and then you can, have that relief instead of like leaving them sitting there wondering and worrying. I think that that's mean. So taking a few minutes, even if it's during my stream, to like explain something to somebody, and it gives them that peace of mind or just more of a clear understanding of something. I don't care if I'm on stream or not. I don't care if my stream is like 5 hours long and the whole time I'm explaining something to somebody. I value that person, and it's like if that one piece of time, no matter how long it is, brings them that peace of mind or understanding, to me it's worth it. I don't look at that as like negative or like a waste of time or something like that. If other people are watching it and they don't like it and they think it's boring and they click away, whatever, like, okay. But I'm not going to ignore or just like pass it by. Yeah. So it's like, yeah. Exactly. Oh, I think I cut with this stuff. Okay. I'm trying to. Oh, wait. I have stuff. Is that the right one? Can't tell. Yes. I am gonna have some of my lollies today. So I can do. They're special edition. They're called Shirley Temple, which is basically just cherry flavor with like cream. So it's like you know how they do like strawberries and cream? It's like cherries and cream. And I haven't been eating lollies. Like I usually eat a lolly like every day or every other day, because that's like the only candy, like I haven't had lollies because I've been fasting for like 11 days. And I haven't had a lolly in like 2 weeks or more. So like it's crazy, because it's like normally that's like, because that's my thing, cherries and lollies, and but I'm gonna have those. So if you hear me, like, just ignore that. That's all it is. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Well, I thought we were gonna do the thing where you were playing as Maggie and I was playing as Glenn. Cause true. I just have always, like, I like Glenn. Like, Glenn is more like myself, and Daryl is more like the kind of person that I like. So Glenn and Daryl, like, throughout the show, were always my favorites. It's not that I didn't like other characters, but it's pretty much just those two. I liked Rick, but not as much as Glenn and Daryl. Like, to me, between Rick and Daryl, Daryl was actually... Mm-hmm. Mm. It's fine. You don't need to see. Vision is overrated, overblown. Because who needs to see, right? Like, really. You're so adorable, your watermelon. You're cute. Wow, she was closer than I was and didn't come get you. Mm-hmm. Where did he go? Oh. Mm-hmm. What happened? Oh, I'm sorry. All I heard was like the noise of the killer, and I didn't even know that there was a person like doing a gym there. Because, like, his chase music is so loud. Mm-hmm. He also has, like, such a long reach, too. He's gonna come right back because it was too soon. Yeah, he, like, knows where we are. Because I wasn't anywhere near him, and he came straight to me while I was healing and just, like, automatically downed me. Like, no. That's the only reason he's winning this, is because he knows where we all are at all times. It's not really fair. La, 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 la. Mm-hmm. No. Exactly. It's just kind of like, okay. I'm pretty much just looking for lockers to do. Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to get as much XP as possible, so if I die, I die. Mm-hmm. I'm getting my licks in. They're gonna kill me, but I'm getting my shots in. You may have killed me, but I got my licks in. Nah. Because the other person was just hiding in a corner and walking around in a circle so they wouldn't get crows. They weren't planning on doing anything. They did the gen just to get XP. I get more XP for running the killer than they do, like, doing a gen. I like your Michaela portrait. It's pretty. Yeah. I know. It's been a while. For the occasion. But also run whiteboard so I don't lose it. There we go. Since it's gonna be a whole nother year. Have you seen the new thing? The new pass with all the Egyptian stuff. It's all Egyptian stuff. They kind of made up for, honestly, I think that this Rift Pass is better than the 10-year event that they just had. Because all the skins are like black and gold. Michaela, you know Michaela's outfit that you like, the purple one with like the ocean waves and all of that? It's like that, but it's black and gold. I'll show you after this match. Just remind me, I will show you. And in the same Rift Pass, they have a Feng Min skin that's going to be my new favorite. Because it's like indigo, black, and gold with stars. And she's a little backpack that's in the shape of a star. And I'm like, it's so beautiful. I can't wait. But it's like at the end of the Rift Pass. But it's worth the wait. Okay, good match, bad killer, but I'll take it. Good map. Look at this, it's pretty. The Five Nights at Freddy's killer. Yeah. It depends on if they actually use their doors. Why won't she go over the wall? Oh, because it's not a... What the... Sure, buddy. They always come straight for me. And I can't even take a chance to unhook myself. Hey, can you get off the frickin' gens, people? One person did. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna do this over here. Put up a totem. Was it lit? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like he has sights on everybody. Because he came straight to me. Which, he could have lethal pursuer, but you only have that in the very beginning of the match. So I don't know. But it's a beautiful map. I'm over here by my Venus flytrap. La 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 la. I know you don't like me right now. How? How did he go from being up there to in front of me? No. You just gave yourself away, buddy. He was like up top. You know, in the middle one, the gen that's like up top? He went up the ramp to the gen at the very top, and he was up there on the top floor, and I had dropped down to like the bottom floor, and magically like he was in front of me. It's like, how do you go from being behind me up top to in front of me instantly? No. And he's also like patrolling my hook because I ran him the most, so he wants me to die. Thank you. Dude, pick a side. There's Charlie the spider. He'd rather chase me down and let her get gate? Wow. That's messed up. And I can't even help her because I'm injured and dead on hook. I'm not gonna make it because nobody's here to help me. Nobody's helping me. That's bullshit, man. I shouldn't have fucking died. I ran him the most. It's like people just opened the gate and then disappeared. Meanwhile, I'm dead on hook and injured, being chased down all the way across the entire map with the killer. And nobody's anywhere to be found. And it's like, so just let me die, I guess. Like, the gates wouldn't have even been open if I hadn't ran the killer so much. That's not even frickin' fair, man. Like, just throw me under the bus. Because not only was he tunneling me out, but he was cheating too, because he gave himself away. He went straight to me from the beginning. Straight to me. And then the big chase that I did with him, it was like, you don't go from being 2 levels above me to in front of me 2 levels below, like at the snap of a finger. That does not happen. So it's like he was having to cheat to outrun me. And everybody else is just like, la 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 la, meanwhile I'm being screwed over left and right. Like, the V, she was actually being helpful. I don't even want to. Yeah, I don't blame you, Fungmin. I don't want to play this map either. Nobody likes this map. To the point that people DC. Like, what does that tell you? If people are DCing, it's a crappy map. I need to find their totem. Oh, it's a nurse. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She's chasing me. I just want like because basement is easy to monitor. They can keep going back to basement, and it's easy to like kind of monitor that. I don't see any gens. It's like, where's all the gens, man? By the time I find a gen, she's done hooking and she's gonna be checking them, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, see, here she comes. She has ruin, too. I need to find that one. Yeah, I'm pretty much spending all my time unhooking people. Hang on 1 second. She's gonna be out here anyway. I do that sometimes. It happens. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. It happens. Like, sometimes people play, sometimes they don't. The fact that like somebody not playing reminds you of somebody. That's funny. Sweaty bitch. Can I take the chance to unhook? No, of course not. And I don't know, I've been looking for her hex totem like the whole time and not found it. So I don't know where it is. Maybe it's in here. Of course you would be on me. Just got unhooked and you're already on me, like, She found someone else though. But she was coming towards me, but I guess they were like on the way to me. It's like I've checked everywhere. There's one place I haven't checked somewhere, obviously. And I just don't know where it is that I haven't checked. Maybe I didn't look in here hard enough. Oh, okay. I just went to totem. I don't care if I die. Like, dying doesn't matter to me. Aww. Okay. Okay, fair enough. She's still a sweaty bitch. You can be a sweaty bitch and be nice. It just means that you play sweaty. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I ran her, but it was like because she had Hex Ruin, um, and people weren't really doing gens. It was kind of like everybody had just resolved the match to being like whatever. Because we were just like, we're not gonna do gens. Because it sucks for both sides, because both sides, when both sides get that map, they dread it. It's like the killer doesn't want to be there and the survivors don't want to be there. So most people just like give up on that map because or they just, okay, this is just gonna be a stupid match, you know. Basically, like nobody wants to play it. Okay, are you watching the stream? Okay. On the Rift Pass? So there's Tori's skin. And then this. It's basically focused around the Plague and the Wraith. And all the killers that get skins are like the killers that have like the lowest pick rate. So like nobody plays Wraith, nobody plays Plague, nobody plays Knight. So they did this like whole Egyptian theme. So this is like the Plague sitting on her throne, because the history of the Plague was from Egyptian times. So this is like the Plague's like whole thing. There's a little thing there, and then the whole outfit. And then like a little canopic jar. It's adorable. I like that they still incorporated the crow, because they always have the crow doing like silly stuff, but he's hiding in the jar. This is the Michaela skin. And they have like hieroglyphics. And I think this one's pretty. And Elodie. And they have this skin, but this skin is not new, because the mask and the top and his weapon are all pieces from previous skins that he had. The only thing new is like the bottoms, which are very basic. So this was just kind of thrown together of like a black and gold, because like literally like same colors, same design, same everything. So this isn't really new, but for people that don't have it, it's a way to get these items without having to buy them, because it's a part of the Rift. There's a little treasure. The mirrors that they use to reflect the sun as a little charm. A mummy. This is like mummification. And they finally gave Orela like a good skin. It's like black and gold. I like the little shoulder piece and like the body jewelry and stuff. And look, Maurice even has a mummy skin. A little charm. And they had a mummy crow. And the night has, this skin is really nice. This is probably my favorite skin for the night. Look at this. With the roses in the back. Mm-hmm. And the cute little badge for Maurice as well. But this is the Feng Min skin that I was talking about that I'm going to wear the crap out of. And it's so adorable and it's in all my colors. And it's beautiful. Mm-hmm. And then the Wraith skin is really nice. He even has an eclipse behind him. And then the rest of it is just like different color variations of the same stuff. Like, instead of black and gold, it's like purple and gold. And then the deep rift is like white and gold. So it's like black and gold, purple and gold, and then white and gold for all these skins. So that's nice that it's like a nice color palette. The purple version, and then the black version. But yeah, that's the Rift. It's really nice. Like, all of them are really good skins. Exactly. There's only been a few times where like the whole Rift was good, and this is one of them. And it's funny because I was telling Leah, I was like, I think it's funny how they had like like they came out with Jason and they did an amazing job with Jason, but the event was just okay. I liked the concept of like the food and the trays and the plates and everything, but it was like the skins for the 10-year event, all that red and like everything was just kind of bland and ugly. If they had had this Rift Pass during the 10-year anniversary, that would have been amazing. So it's like they made up for it. Like, they kind of made up for their mishap. Because everybody was complaining about it. All the streamers were talking about it. And it was like, they were kind of like, okay, we hear you. Let us do something to make up for it. And they did. They did an amazing job with this Rift Pass. Because for me, it was like, I didn't necessarily think that the anniversary event was bad. Because I liked the idea. It was just like the skins were so bad. Like all that stuff that you earn, I was just like, I don't want it. I don't like any of this stuff. So I didn't really care about getting it, you know. But I looked at it like, well, that's just my personal preference, you know. Doesn't mean that it's bad. I just wasn't interested in any of it. So I don't think that it was a bad thing. It was just not my taste. And not every event or every Rift Pass is gonna be like what I like, because there's all different kinds of stuff. But this one happens to be like really good. Looks like my character is looking at you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Same. Same. I've always been... There's a lot of different cultures, and I'm a big history buff. So, like, pretty much there's a lot of different, like, time eras that I like. But I always really liked Egyptian. Do I agree with, like, some of their methods of how they did things? No. But it's a beautiful culture, and it's a beautiful, like... Yeah, and... Yeah. Yeah, like, the culture is good. But some of their practices back then, it made sense because it was like that was the time back then, and so that's how they did things. But I don't necessarily agree with them, but it is a part of, that's what they did, and that's the same for like a lot of cultures, is like you can't really like judge based on what they did like thousands of years ago, because it was a different world back then. They had different beliefs, and but I can still like enjoy it and read about it and appreciate it for what it is. It's like the smallest. We're getting really bad maps because it's like one of the smallest maps in the game, and it's a huntress. Mm-hmm. I don't like it. I don't want to be here. You can't make me. She would come over here. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I've been keeping her busy. She's been chasing me this whole time. But see, now it's like she can't just let me go because she's chased me this whole time. So it's like she needs to get the hook, otherwise it's a waste of her time. Okay, she's finally on someone else, so I'm gonna go heal. That was 3 gens worth. I'd say I did almost 4 gens worth. And yeah, almost the whole match. Because we got 1 gen about to be done, and the last one's like already like a quarter of the way done. So I basically like ran her this whole time. She hit me 1 good time, but that was it. Excuse me. I'm on my way. Do it, yeah. Get out of there. Of course it was. I ran the killer the whole time. It's like, just do gens. That's why I wasn't, because I could tell right away that they weren't experienced. That's why it's like I was running them, but I was running them in a like passive way of like just kind of running and like crouching by the pallet instead of like mind gaming it, because I could tell that they were struggling with like throwing the axes. So it was more of a basic running them to get them used to running instead of really running them the way like when I'm juicing people and mind gaming them. So I kind of adjust like how I run a killer based on their experience. Let me see what time it is. Oh, I was thinking that it was later than it was. It's only like 2 in the morning. I was thinking that it was like 4 or 5, like the sun was gonna be coming up soon. It's only 2. Nah. You always ask me that. I'm not tired. Yeah, but you should know me well enough to know by now the answer to that question. You can see a little bit of the stars. It's not like completely clear out, so it's like you can only see like the hint of a couple of stars. Well, and it also makes sense because if your coworker is going to be gone for like a week, then it's only fair that you get like a day because you're going to be working there by yourself for like the next week. So I feel like that's fair. That's kind of the problem. It's not really a problem, but like similarly with me, like I'll go to work and I work like double shifts all this week. So I'm basically working like every other day this week. So for example, I worked 12 hours and then they gave me the day off, and then I worked like 15 hours and then they gave me the day off. And then I worked today. And so I'm off like technically today and then the weekend. So basically I have like a 3-day weekend. We don't have performances this week, so yes it is. Yeah. It's been like raining and storming off and on all week, and sometimes it hits us head on, and sometimes it's like it's there but it goes around us, or like what it was doing earlier was like a little bit and then it goes away. So it's kind of hit and miss. Because, like, when I look on my thing, it says, like, storms and stuff, but then, like, what we actually get is not necessarily the same. Just like sometimes it'll say, oh, it's cloudy in your area, and it's like, well, here it's raining. So, I don't know, there's a little bit more than clouds happening. Yeah. Yeah. Because what that percentage is not like how much you're gonna get. It's if it's red, it's like a higher percentage. So it's more of a higher chance that you'll get it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you will. Because I've had it to where, like, over my area it shows like dark red, which means, oh, you should be getting some stuff, and nothing, and I'm like, but then I look over there, you know, and it's like, oh, you can see like where the dark clouds are like all around you, but not where you are. I think that's interesting. My roommate is off today, so they'll be here like the whole day. No, it's the opposite of that. They're off today, so I don't. They're gonna be here all day, that's what I said. Yeah, so now the day after that, they work like all day and into the night, and that will be nice. Because I can walk around naked and just dance and be free, and so like I can't today, but I can like the next day. Yeah. It's good. It's an adjustment, but a good adjustment. It took me a while to like transfer everything over, and the Bible, because I have an application. It's a Bible app, and like my mom also uses it, and so she's the only person that I have added on there, and I basically had to make a new account from scratch. That was the only problem that I had, was like my Bible app, like I had to restart completely. So like all of the verses that I had highlighted and the notes that I had made, and like the different, because like there's different devotionals, it's like 5 days of this, 3 days of that, and it reads like different verses and stuff. All of that was gone. And so my mom was like, where did you go? And I was like, I got a new phone. So I had to like reset all of that. And then like there was an issue with like my GPay, because it was still, instead of it going through, it kept like trying to get me to confirm it on my old phone, not acknowledging like the new phone. And it wouldn't let me add my new phone to GPay, and I'm like, what the heck, man? When you go into GPay, in your settings, there should be an option to like change like your phone out. It doesn't have that. So I still have to like get back on there and like mess around with it. But other than like those two things, everything else transferred, because I put the SIM card from the old phone into the new one, so everything transferred. But my mom was like my first call, and I talked to her for a couple hours, and it's a lot nicer. It's heavier in comparison, but the one that I had before was like a lot thinner, and the screen was smaller, so it was more lightweight. This one is like, there's weight to it. And I have chargers and a phone case like on its way, because the phone is like that dusty deep purple, And I have a purple and gold case coming that has like a strap on it to wear, because it's like purple and gold, and it has a heart and like little designs on the side, and it has a strap where you can put your hand. So like if you need to carry stuff, you can just slide the phone on your hand and like pick up other things instead of like trying to, so it makes it a lot easier. I can show you the case. It's really pretty. My phone's inside right now, but I can show you. It's like Prince purple and gold. But I want to get like a couple of other cases that are more simple, because this one's kind of fancy. I usually switch out my cases to keep them from like wearing down too quickly. That's why I get more than one. I usually have 3 different cases that I rotate between, and I do that so that's like my last phone, the reason it looked brand new, like there was nothing on the screen, like it looked brand new, is because I always have a case to it. I see people that don't put cases on their phones at all, and I'm like, how do you function? Because I'm sorry, I work for a living. Like, when you work and you're out in the world, like, phones are too expensive to like not put a case on it, because if you drop it, like, I don't drop my phone, but a lot of people, like, they drop their phones all the time and they crack and stuff, and I'm like, how do you like not put a case on your phone? Like, the whole point is to protect the phone so you don't have to go buy another one like every other month. When you're paying like mine was only like 500 and something, because I got the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra because it's purple, and I don't really like the other ones. So it was like 500 and something on Amazon, and it was in like perfect condition. So I paid half price. If I had gotten the S26 like I was going to, it would have been like $1,100. But I paid like half that, and it's still a better phone than I had, and it's still recent, and it's still in like excellent condition, and it's still purple. So it's like, it's still better in every way. I just didn't have to get the S26 and pay twice as much. So I was like, I'm happy with it. I like it. I'll have this one for a long time too. But I still have my other one as a backup just in case. Because it still worked, there's nothing wrong with it. It was just the glue holding it together, and the fact that it wasn't updating anymore. But it's like, if something happens to this phone and I need a phone to just like text and call and do like basic stuff, I have a backup. Because this is only my second phone, so the other one is the only other phone I've ever had. What? Like a flip phone? Oh, so adorable. Wow. That's not bad, actually. Yeah. And that's honestly why, because I know people that are younger than you, that are like in their 20s and early 30s, and they've had like twice as many phones. Because so even though you're in your early 40s, 6 or 7 phones is not bad considering. That means that you use your phones like I do, where you wait until they basically can't work anymore, and then you get another one. Eh. It's like I had a laptop for college, and I used my tablet for work, because like we were all assigned a tablet. So I have a laptop and a tablet. I only use my laptop strictly for college. And my tablet is strictly for work. So my phone pretty much is my do everything on. Because even the stuff that was on my tablet for work, the same applications, I have like a little folder on my phone that you can put like 9 different apps in, and I have the same applications for work on my phone that I do my tablet. And I had some of the same applications that I used for school on my phone as well. So pretty much I just used my laptop to like type up papers, take my exams, send emails to like, you know, from my professors and stuff. And they would send emails, and it's like I can check my emails on my phone, but like when you're sitting there and you're actually doing your class stuff like on your laptop at home, you just check it there. But yeah, essentially like my phone can do everything that those two things do, so they didn't really have a purpose. Because that's kind of how it is now. Like your phone kind of is your computer. You only really use the computer if you're like you play video games or something like that on your PC. Yeah, but I'm saying like most people don't really have a use for their PC other than like stuff you can't do on your phone. Like if like how we play on PlayStation, they play on PC. You know. But most of everything else that you can do on a PC, you can do on your phone too. But yeah, it's good. I like it. I've just been like treating it like a baby, because it's like until I get a case, I'm used to having the case on my phone. Because when I had my last phone, the day that I got my phone, I also purchased like the other 3 cases. So I'm used to always having a case on my phone. And so when I purchased my phone, they sent the cases like are taking longer to get here basically, because I ordered everything together, but it's just taking longer for the cases. So I'm sitting here like, you know, like it's made of glass, you know, like, like barely touching it, holding it a certain way, like it's a fragile thing. How long has she had it? My roommate's the same exact way. Like she drops stuff all the time. So for her birthday, I got her an OtterBox, like, phone case. I was like, since you drop everything all the time, that little case that you have don't do squat. So I spent like $50 and got her like an OtterBox like phone case, and it has like the little slidey thing for like your wallet and stuff. She loves it, and I was like, see, now you can be as clumsy as you want, and it doesn't matter. Because I also put like the screen protector that's like thicker, so even if she drops it and it lands on the screen, it won't break it. So I basically like bulletproofed her phone for her. And she's like, you know me so well, and I was like, yeah, I do. Yeah, my mom knew when I got a new phone because I didn't have, like, I go on my Bible app like every single day, twice a day, because there's devotionals that I do. It's like I listen to the audio of the Bible itself, like it reads the Bible to you, so it's like audiobook style. I listen to the verses, and then there's different like little things that you can choose for like 5 days, 10 days, 21 days, whatever it is. And so it's like, oh, like joy or forgiveness or something that you might be struggling with, or like little things, inspirational things. And she was like, I noticed that you didn't do your stuff. And I was like, yeah, because I got my new phone. And she's like, oh, that makes sense. She was like, because I've been using that Bible app for like since I had my first phone, so years. And she was like, you are on it every single day since you've had that first phone. And she thought that something happened because she was like, you weren't on your app today. Because what we do is like she will read her stuff and do her stuff, and I like it and comment on, like, because when you highlight a verse, it shows the people that are your friends, so they can see that you liked a verse, what you've read for that day, and like certain things that you've highlighted in different notes. And we do that back and forth, like we'll like each other's stuff and comment about it. And she was like, I didn't see you do anything today, and that's not like you, because she knows that I'm very like devout and like devoted in my word, in his word. And she's like, I knew something happened, but I wasn't sure what it was. And I was like, I just got a new phone, that's all. I was like, if it was something serious, you would have known. Like, there's all kinds of Bible apps. The problem is a lot of them try to get money out of you. To me, having a Bible you shouldn't be getting charged money to read his word. So there are some Bible apps that are really good, but it's like a monthly subscription. And I'm like, I'm not going to pay a monthly subscription to read his word. I'm sorry. So the one that I use is like free. And you can, the thing that I like about it is you can pick any version, like ESV, you can interchange it. So like you can have KJV, NKJV, like any version of the Bible that you want. And you can read it yourself, or you can select the audio feature where you put your earphones on and just listen to it being read, scripture. So like, say if you're cooking and you don't, or you're doing something, you can just put your earbuds in and listen to scripture while you do what you do. So that's what I like about it. So I will sit here and like do my yoga or do like cooking or like do different things around the house, and I have it in my ear. Yeah. My formula is kind of different. My mom has her formula and I have mine. Because my mom's very big on devotionals. Lee's the same way. Like, Lee likes devotionals. I like certain ones, but I'm very, like, it has to only be, like, 2 different people. So, I have my Bible, my study Bible, my Bible journal. My study Bible, I highlight, I underline, I put annotations in and all that stuff. My regular Bible is what I just read. And then my journal is where I take what I read and write like a diary, my thoughts about all of that. And then from there, the only thing outside of the Bible and all of that is literally like 2 different people. So like Dr. Charles Stanley, he has books and he has devotionals. And Sarah Young has a series called like Jesus Calling, Jesus Always, and it's like a series. Those are good devotionals. And then I have a My Utmost for His Highest, which is also a separate thing. But it's all, the thing that I like about it is all of it doesn't stray from the word. It's literally, it gives you the actual scripture as your devotional and then elaborates from there. So it's not just somebody writing a book about what their opinion is, you know. So everything still comes directly from his word. So I was talking to Lee and I was like, it's not that I'm against all these other devotionals that she was talking about. It's just the way that I am, it's strictly his word. Because even with those, I don't, like the Charles Stanley books, they're my mom's. Like, I don't own them. I've read them and I enjoyed them, but they're hers. And I gave them back to her. The Sarah Young books, same thing. So it's like, I read them and then I just gave them back. So I still just stick with my Bible, my study Bible, and my Bible journal, and that's it. But what I will say is I like those 2 authors. They're authors, yes, but they actually, like, you know, they're not just writing a book, they actually preach and they actually, like, have the degree in, you know, all of that, and they know what they're talking about, and they don't stray from his word. That's a big thing for me, because so many people have all these, like, motivational books and, like, inspirational books, and it's like, they might reference, in parentheses, like, certain scripture, but primarily it's just their influence on it, and I don't like that. I prefer the direct source. Because to me, the Bible is not meant to be a self-help book. like that's not what that is. It's not like you're walking down the self-help aisle and you're like, let me read the Bible for self. No, like, it is not a checklist. This is his word of how to connect with him and build a relationship and abide in him, and how to carry out your life, how to abide in his will, and exactly how to go about doing so. And so to me, it's like, it's not an inspirational book in the sense of like how most inspirational books are. It's inspirational, but not in that way. Yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling me. Have you read more since then, or did you just stop and you're like waiting to get the ESV? Mm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was telling her. It's like it's not that I'm not receptive to certain things, but it's just like I'm not really big on straying from his word. That's something that it's not a matter of judging other people and how, because when Lee was talking to me about it, she was like, well, I have all these devotionals and they really help me, and I was like, there's nothing wrong with it. If those devotionals help you with certain specific things and they make you think about certain things and they still are directing you to him and helping you in that way, as long as it's directing you to him, you know, how you get there and then what works for you, I'm not judging that. So it's like, just because I'm kind of what you would call a little bit stringent, that's just my way. I've always been that way. It's like straight to the horse's mouth. Even like with friends and stuff, it's like, I have friends that they'll go around to every single person and gossip with them. And for me, it's like, if I want to know something, I go straight to that person. I don't do the whole like dancing around the he said, she said, and asking everybody else. It's like, if I have an issue, I go right to you. If I have a question, I go right to you. So I'm like that with everything. So it's like, if I'm building a relationship with God, with Christ, to me, and as such is written in his word, there's only one path to God. There's only one path to Christ, and that is through him directly. So to me, while all that other stuff might help other people, his word is that connector. His word is like his way of expressing himself directly to us. Aside from like prayer and, as he shows us things, but like his word, like that's it right there. So all that other stuff, even the ones that I like, while I read it and I'm like, yes, this is, at the same time, I don't hold on to it. It's interesting and I may like it, but at the end of the day, it's not his word. So I'm like, it's nice, but it's not this. So to me, there's like no comparison because it stands alone. It's like everything else is just kind of like these little leaves that are flowing in the breeze, and it's like, at the end of the day, it's not that, so it will never be that. Therefore, that's what I'm going to keep going back to, and he is who I will keep going back to. And it's not even about going back, because I never left. In order to go back to something, you had to have left it to start with. I have not left, so I walk with him always. And I've had people, when I've talked about before, tell me that, well, that's very closed-minded, that's very like, you're not opening yourself up to like other people's opinions, and I'm like, well, but here's the thing. Whether you like this or not, you can hate me for saying it, but when it comes to him, it's not about other people's opinions. It's not about other people's perspective. There is just him and his word, and him with building a relationship with him and walking with him. These people did not die on the cross. They did not wash me in their blood. No. So it's not to be difficult or closed off, because as a matter of fact, it's wide open. I am wide open to him in every way, but I'm wide open to him, and that's it. So there's nothing that's closed off about it. It's just I don't entertain all the other stuff. That's it. But people, it's funny because I've talked to some people and I'm like, oh, okay, and then some people are like, oh, wow, you don't even like give other stuff a chance, and it's like, that's not what it's about. Kind of like, with movies, I have seen certain things, but I don't seek out like movies and shows and media necessarily about him, because that's their depiction. And for me, it's not about seeing a depiction of him. So, because who he is who he is. And while they may be creating that in honor of him and making a film or something, like with the Ten Commandments, it was all about the Ten Commandments, and it was accurate, and it was to a T. But you're still personifying and putting an image to those people and to him. And to me, it's like, when I close my eyes, when I read his word, like, he is who I see. And so to personify him in some other way, I don't particularly like. So, because I get a lot of recommendations from people like, oh, have you seen this movie? Have you seen this? Have you heard this? Have you, and it's like, no. Yeah. The best way that I can explain, aside from what I already have, to me, I think that those things are beautiful. And, you have like the Passion of the Christ film, you have like Ten Commandments, Jesus of Nazareth, and Chosen, and all these beautiful things. And they are created, and they are accurate to a T, to his word. They don't stray. And it's beautiful. The thing for me, it's not that I don't like them, and it's not that I don't think that they're beautiful and impactful and moving. What, for me, the reason that I don't is simply any depiction of him is like our depiction of him, right? For me, I don't expose myself to depictions of him simply for one singular reason. And that reason is when I am before him, that is how I will see him. So it's more of like when that time comes and he is before me, that right there. All of man's concepts of depiction to me is just putting an image in my head, and it's like when I am before him at his feet, when that time comes, then it is for me to know at that time and not before. That's just a personal choice. So it doesn't mean like, oh, there's something wrong, I don't want to see. It's not that. It's more of like, this is just personally how I feel. I do, but I just don't agree. Because it's not me saying that that is not the case for all those things, because it does. But despite the fact that it does have that impact and it does help people and it is beautiful and all those things, I'm not saying that it doesn't, but purely the only reason that I don't is because of what I said. So I can respect it and acknowledge it of like, wow, that's, you know, and I can see how it can help people and inspire people and make them feel closer to him and all those things, and you know, people can understand it in such a way, because in a movie it's like it plays it out to where you're like, okay, you understand a little bit. So I understand all of that, but purely my reason is the only time that I wish to see him is when I am before him. And that's it. And not before that. Not our interpretation of it, but he himself. Period. So... But for people that do, okay, you know, that's them. Like I said, I'm very different when it comes to that, and I don't stray from that. And it's like someone could tell me till they're blue in the face about how amazing something is, and I'm just like, no, I'm not saying that it's not at all. I actually agree with you. However, this is how I am about it, and that doesn't fall away. It's not it's not coming from a place of closing myself off. It's coming from a place of there is only one. And what we depict and personify, while it may be in honor of him, and it's something beautiful that was created, once again, it's like only him, you know. So, yeah. I agree with everything that you said, because it's true. It is. I'm just over here. That's it. That's it. And I'm over here, and it's okay, because we're different people. Everybody does stuff differently. That's like with Lee. With like, she's very big with devotionals, and she was like, "Well, so you've read like Dr. Stanley, and you've read, you know, Sarah Young, and I have listened to certain like sermons from certain people, and." You know, I share on my own, even on my posts on social media, I will take scripture and I will create a post out of that scripture that means something deep to me, that is a part passionately. But that's me taking directly from his word, putting a picture to it and some music, but it's his word and nothing else. So even when I make my creation of it, it's his word, you know. So I'm just very different when it comes to that. It's just I'm just very straight line when it comes to him. There is only one pathway. There's only one river flowing in one direction, and while there may be other things that are beautiful, and I acknowledge that beauty, and honoring him by doing those things, I am very much a straight arrow when it comes to him. Like, there is no faltering of like this over here, that over there, and that's just me. So if that's what you enjoy and you like it and you watch those things or you read certain things or whatever it may be, if that's you, that's for you, you know, that's between you and him, and that's your heart and how you do things. So it's just a little bit different for me, that's all. You finally told her? What did she say? I'm curious. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Good. That's good. I was hoping that she would be supportive of you. Like, I know that you kind of went back to your faith through me. Like, I kind of, you know, through like everything that I do. Because Lee's the same way. You and Lee both basically did the same thing. Just from like talking with me and like, you know, this stuff. And even though I know that your mom doesn't necessarily believe those things, just knowing that she at least supports you, even if she doesn't necessarily agree with it because it's not her belief, it's so, you know, it's nice that she accepts that. And that's what I was hoping. Yeah, because to be honest, like that's how it's supposed to be. Like, and that goes for any belief system, that goes for any, like, anything about a person, whether it's their faith, their personality, their way of doing things, their style, their interests, everything that makes a person, you don't have to agree with it, but just respecting that, okay, that's your way of doing things, that's who you are. Just because I may do things differently doesn't mean that you're wrong, you know, like, accepting the differences and the beauty of those differences that make us who we are, you know, in a humble and peaceful way. I think that that's how it should be, because we're all different. Because I've grown up around people my entire life that had all different kinds of, you know, we've talked about that. Like, I have known people throughout my life that it's like they're this, they're that. They all have different religions, they all have different backgrounds, they all have different cultures, they speak different languages, you know. So I have been surrounded my whole life with like a melting pot of variety. But I will tell you something. At the end of the day, no matter how unique we are created, like, he created each of us uniquely and individually, but what brings us together in unity is we are all his children. So no matter how different we may all be and how beautiful that uniqueness is, we are united as one, as his children. That right there. You can't argue that. like I'm saying in general, like it cannot be denied, like, you know. Yeah. 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 Are you ready to die? Time to die. I don't know if I'm emotionally ready. Go for it. It's virtually painless. Literally virtually painless, because we're playing on a video game, so it's not actually happening. It's fine. It's fine. You're not really dying. You can come back next time. It's okay. I have to get up. I'm sitting on the balcony. That means I have to get up. It's okay. thought that it was like 4 or 5 a.m. It's only like 2. Well, it's 3 now. Yay! It feels like a really... And it is the middle of summer, which is like when the longest nights are. So it's like the nighttime lasts longer. The nights are long, the days are so fast. No, because there's clouds covering everything. And it's funny because they were talking about, oh, there's these meteor showers going on, and for the first time in like X amount of time, and it's like, why is it always when we have meteor showers is when everything's cloudy and you can't see anything? They're like, oh, these meteor showers, and for the first time in 100 years, blah blah blah, and it's like, yeah, and it's cloudy. That's a fascinating meteor shower, let me tell you. Oh, let me tell you. You can see nothing. It's like when there's fireworks on the 4th of July and it's overcast, you know? And you're like, well, I see the intention of fireworks. I see the idea of fireworks, but I don't actually see the fireworks. But it's the thought that counts. So $500,000 for a fireworks show, and it's like, well, it's the thought that counts. You don't really have to see it. It's fine. You don't need to see it. Yeah, because nature's sitting there like, why do you need fireworks when you have the stars? So Mother Nature got offended. She was like, Mother Nature's like, I have all these beautiful constellations and stars that you can look at every day for free at your disposal, and you pay money to create fireworks. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put clouds everywhere. Nah, nah, nah. So it's like Mother Nature is salty. If you're not gonna appreciate my beautiful work, I'll just make it to where you can't see anything. Yeah. One second. I'm gonna have to put my controller down because Apollo got sick all over the floor. So give me a second. Okay. Hey, baby. Hang on one second. I missed the spot. There we go. Oh, I know. It's okay. It's okay. Let me see. Come here. Come on. It's okay. He feels guilty. He's like curled up in a ball with his ears down, like, you're not in trouble. It's not your fault. You can't help it. Come here. Come here. There we go. Yeah. It's okay. It's all gone. It's okay. Kiss. Kiss, kiss. Choo choo. Wait, get. We're attached. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Okay. Sorry, I had to clean all that up. Because aside from, needing to clean it, dogs will eat their own vomit. So, like, you don't want them eating the sick. I always get it before he does it. I always am lucky enough to, like, catch it before he does that. He gets that sometimes when he gets, like, anxious. Like, he's a really strong stomach, but sometimes he will get anxious and then, like, out of nowhere, it just happens. And then he's fine. It's really weird. Because before I used to think, oh, it was something he ate, but it's like he's always eating the same food. So the only difference is, like, stress or anxiety. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's a trickster. What? It's not the character, it's how most people play him. Where's all the gens? Yeah. That's why I said it's not the killer. It's never the killer. It's always like the way that people play it. Yeah. Excuse me. She won't because it's almost done, that's why. She married him. Wow. I feel bad for him because she was kind of like tunneling him a little bit. I love her more. La la la, la la. That was my whole plan, was to distract her so she could get the other gate open. That's why I kept going back to that one gate, was to keep her over there with me and off of her. And it worked. He's all curled up on his blanket. His little tummy's all upset. I have stuff that I give him when he gets like that I'll put in his food to like ease his stomach. So basically, like, the next time that he eats, it will like ease the overactive stress like stuff. Who do you think the killer is gonna be? I think it's gonna be a stealth killer, like Michael or Ghostface. Yeah, but it's fun to guess. Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac. Well, it's not. It's Kanake. Wait a minute. Does that mean he has hive mind? Because he either has lethal pursuer or hive mind, because he went straight to someone. I scared her that she blew the gin. The poor little weevy. The pyre thing. Where are you? Oh, I see you. I'm on the gen that's like to the left of you. Behind you. Mm-hmm. You're doing really good. No, you're doing really well. Like, you still got downs, but you lasted a while, like, running her. That's really good. See how far, like, you've come? That's really good. La la la, la la la. She's chasing her, so I'm gonna go. I'm coming, I'm coming. Yeah, I did the gen while everybody was doing all the chaos. Oh, she wasn't even trying to kick. Well, then I just got downed for nothing. Yeah, this match is a waste. Because nobody, like, we're all just kind of, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what we're all doing. That's why this killer is like overpowered, because it's pretty much how most matches go with this killer. Because they just have so much map control with being able to slingshot everywhere that that's just kind of how it is. The good thing is she's chasing someone, so she won't come over here. I'm gonna go back to my gen that's over here. Mm-hmm. My superpower? What's my superpower? Am I like Spider-Man? Spider-Man, Spider-Man. La 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 la. Huh. I Thank you. She was spinning around the med kit that I gave her. Like, ah. Mm. We had good teammates too. It was just like, it's kind of one of those things, because the killer that it was. I have superpowers. Not every killer. The thing was, she had already decided she was going to let me live because I was down. I was slugged on the ground. She picked me up and started spinning me, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to kick out. Because usually when they spin you, it means they want you to, like, kick out. She kind of made the decision on her own. And then I was, like, being goofy and silly because I saw that she was doing that. But, hey, It's like, okay. I think what it was when that Sable was on hook, she DC'd. And when that happened, I noticed, like, that's when everything changed. Mm. La, 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 la. What is that? What if that's what we sounded like when we talk? What if we talked like Sims? Raja Koda Woga, Woki Nipple Pinchy. Derby Schlur. Derby Schlur. Eins gibt's Feivet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, aus. I only know numbers 1 through 10 in German because of Rammstein. Like, I don't leave, it's fine. Firefly. Bang, bang. Firefly. And, Levishko Schlivkov, that's always relevant too. Which is not so nice. I only know what Levishko Schlivkov means because I had a friend who was transferred to my high school. Him and his older brother. And they came from, like, Turkey. And before that, they were in Germany. And so him and his brother thought it was cool to learn, like, all the dirty words of all the countries they go to. And it means, like, fuck you, ugly whore in German. And I was like, that's something. I don't speak German, but I can if you like. Ik schlieving aus te viver, de starter met monster. Yeah, exactly. Ishlividich, yeah, there's like little things, yeah. Oh, it's Nick Cage. We're on the gin with Nick. Nick, Nicolas Cage. We'll let him have that one to himself. I'll follow you and do the one in the main house. I like how the killer's just casually chasing the same guy the whole time and we're over here goofing off. That's hilarious. It's like, meanwhile... Do you require assistance? I feel like I should go take a hit for him. Jen first. Jen first. I know, I always run the killer. It's kind of weird to be on a Jen. Feels very slow. See, I should have taken a hit. Because it's Bubba, like that's Texas Chainsaw. His face always looks like that. It's not really his skin on his face, it's someone else's skin. I love that guy. That, I'm sorry, as much as I love that movie, that actor and that character in Men in Black made that movie for me. The whole movie is funny, but that guy is a whole, like, mood. Because the way that he, like, moved his body in the truck and, like, when he walked, it was like he was so uncomfortable in his skin, obviously because he's like an alien. He's like, is that better? Mm-hmm. You. He's like, sorry, looks like your skin is hanging off your bones. Oh yeah. Is that better? I like how he had to look at himself. He's like, oh yeah. Okay, you guys have it and just. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's not fair. Dude, seriously? That's what you get for being cocky. Mm-hmm. How dare you? Tisk tisk. Okay, so we have to play aggressive as Meg. I see. Mm-hmm. Nande. What did you do? Hey? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Your herbs were like. Mm-hmm. Hi. Hello. Mm. Okay. It's weird that he calls the house and not her phone. Mm-hmm. I'm still on the same lolly because I have to keep putting it down. So in this one, I'm gonna kind of run the killer and be aggressive because I have to do something for a challenge. So, let's go find the killer. La 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 la. Leave me alone. That's funny. It was not the fun. No. Denied. Mm. Yeah, her like getting in my way like messed me up. Because then I'm like worried about like where she's going and what she's doing, and it messed me all up. Oh, she sounds like she's like dying. Are you mad because I ran you? You're gonna be a jerk now? Piece of crap. I was just hooked and he's tunneling me at this point. He's not even like good at the killer. He's just being like a jerk by like tunneling people. Because I'm outmaneuvering him and outrunning him. He literally just like, that's like sheer luck. Yeah, see, he can't, he's coming straight to me. It's like the third time that as soon as I get off the hook, he's right there. Okay. Karma for tunneling me. That's all I have to say about that. Why did it not count? Is this bugged? Vault a pallet or window while in chase 4 times as Meg. That's exactly what I did. I did way more than 4, and it wasn't counting any of them. This has to be bugged. Well, if it's bugged, I'm not gonna keep doing it. So cute. They just want you to fall around, yeah. Mhm. Crazy, crazy. So you're gonna fall around? You're gonna fall around? Oh, okay. It's fine. Mhm. Mhm. I don't even think that I selected another one. I didn't. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Bring in a cake. Wait, don't I have... All I can think about is like, what if that's how we spoke to each other? You know, like... Garbage, but we'll make it. I just gotta win. I just gotta win. Why do you leave the keys up on the table? You should know where you are. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All I hear is like Rick over there going, "Oh." But that's why I said you should know what map you're in, because this is the map for Walking Dead. Because it has the prison thingy. Yeah. I mean, you can fall all over yourself. He went after me. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's like in my eyelash. Oh. Because I have my wolf cut, and so like the front part of my hair always like falls on my face, and it's like in my eyelashes right now, and I'm trying to not let go of the controller, so I'm just like holding one eye closed. And I just like messed up the gen because of it. Well, and also like Wraith is like one of the easiest killers to play. It's kind of like playing Legion. They're made for like beginners, so people will tend to play them just to get easy kills. Because he can go invisible, he can zoom across the map, and he has like a really long reach, so it's like an easy killer to play, to get kills. That's why that person left. See, like, even doing, like, circular stuff, like, they just always get their hits because of their weapon. Like, it doesn't require skill to play this killer. They get their hits no matter what you do just because of the killer's abilities. It's kind of like with Pyramid Head, how he has, like, the really long sword. And, like, how the Knight has a really long sword, like, they purely get their hits just because they have such a long weapon. So it guarantees like the hit, even from far away. That's not skill. That's just, you know. It's not a challenge. That's why you see, like, I don't play a lot of the killers that are at the top of the list, because those killers are meant for like beginners. And it's like, I'm not gonna be like cheap shot and do that, you know. I want a challenge. That's the whole fun of it for me. It's like, I want it to be a challenge. I could just sit on Legion all day, every day, and get easy kills, but where's the fun in that? I had a friend who did that. She would play Wraith, Legion, and Kaneki when Kaneki came out, and it was like basically all the killers that just guarantee you kills just purely because of how the killer's designed. And I told her, I was like, you do know it's just because of the killers you're picking. And she was like, no. And I was like, so pick some other killers. No, like, she lost every time. Everybody escaped. And I was like, yeah, see, it's the killer. It's not. That's how you figure that one out. Let's sit outside for a little bit. Yeah. Ow. Yeah. But the thing is, like, with that, you're always gonna have like the nice people and then the not nice people. Unfortunately. With that match, it was like I was more concerned about the breaking the totems for my challenge, because once the Yunjin like DC'd, and I noticed that the killer was like tunneling you and the bot, I was just like, this isn't really gonna go very well. So for me, that match was just kind of whatever. It's sad when the bot plays better than the person that left, you know? Sorry, I had to like... And my hair is like getting longer. I have like a side part, it's like a diagonal side part, because I don't really have a part in my hair, but it's like a really deep side part, so like all of the front part of my hair is like below my, like it has like a angulated fringe to it, so it like sweeps down to like my cheek. Like it's not even up like where my forehead is, they're like grown out to where it's like middle of my cheek, and it's like covering the whole. So I have to keep like, I'm probably gonna put it up in a palm tree. Because when I pull my hair up to like the top of my head, it splays out like a palm tree. I normally only do that if I'm cleaning the house or something, but surely just because it's bugging me, I might do that. When I'm at work, I have a hair clip that I just like clip it back, because I'm always looking down at the specimens and like down the scope. So it's like the hair is always in the way. I can't help it, I have a lot of hair and it's longer. I like my wolf cut though. Nah. I'm thinking about growing it like really long, because my hair is like wavy and curly, so for the rest of the summer I'm just gonna let it grow. And my hair grows really fast, so it's gonna be like past my shoulders and really wavy. Nah. And then I'll probably trim it up for like school. Not as short as last year. Not that short. Remember last year when I cut the back of it and it was like short? Not that short, but I'll just like bring it back to like shoulder, like above the shoulders. Like basically back to the wolf cut. It'll stay a wolf cut, but I'll just like shorten the length a little bit. But last year it was just like I just grabbed the scissors and was like Did you not like it? Yeah. Because I'm thinking about I was looking at some stuff while I was in mood, because I always look at the chiffon fabrics and stuff. And they have some like beading that's like natural colored, and I was thinking about putting like tiny little braid and just putting a bead there, and maybe like a little feather, just one on the side, on like the dominant side, and just having that for the rest of the summer. I do that like every summer, but last year I didn't because I was in and out of the hospital. And then by the time the fall rolled around, I hacked it off. So it was like, well. But usually, like every summer, I'm at the beach and surfing a lot. And I always do like the one braid. I was thinking about doing it again because I miss it. Because last year I didn't get to do it. And I missed it. So tomorrow I might go over there and get some. I have 2 more weeks and I can have my cast taken off. So the rest of this week and then 2 weeks. So it'll be in August, but still, it'll be like early August. It will be just before. Luckily, that's what I was worried about. Was with college, it's like I'm still like every single day, even with my cast, I still dance, and I still have been doing performances with my wrist cast, and I'm still playing the cello even with the cast, because it's my right hand, so it's my bowing hand, and it is like not painful, but it's like a dull ache in my wrist when I play, because the left arm is what like I lean the cello like up against to play, and my right hand is what I bow with. So unfortunately, like because I'm ambidextrous, so I can use either or. So I can write with like my left and right hand, and I can do a lot of stuff with both hands. But when it comes to like the cello, I have a certain comfort of how I play. And unfortunately, like my right hand is my bowing hand when I play cello. And that's the one that does all the work. So it's like, you know. But the good thing is, by the time school starts, it will be like right at that time that I have it taken off, so then I'll be okay. I have to get point shoes, I have to get so many things. There's like a list of stuff that you have to start. With my cello stuff, it's like as long as you have the cello, you're good, because they provide you the sheet music for whatever pieces you're playing. So I don't have to worry about that. But with ballet, it's like as it is with normal ballet. Like if you go to a ballet school, like say for example Lee's ballet dance studio, she doesn't provide like it's just they don't give you the point shoes. Like if you become interested in ballet, like you have to buy your own stuff. Now when you're doing performances, they will provide like the outfits. I make my own, so I pay for my own materials and I make my own. But the other dancers, they provide the performance stuff. But then like when you're just going to dance practice, you can wear like your own shorts and your own leotards that you buy. Like you buy your own leotard, you buy your own like leg warmers if you want to wear them. Like whatever you wear to practice in that's up to you what you practice in. Some people wear leggings and then they just put their ballet shoes on and they have like a tank top or whatever. Some people wear leotards and then the tights and then the shoes. You have to buy all of that. So you have to buy your own shoes to dance. So I have like a list of stuff that I need to get before I start. And it's all stuff that I already currently have, but point shoes, if you dance a lot, if you dance like every single day in your point shoes and you do performances, point shoes only last maybe a couple of weeks. If you don't dance in them every day and say you only go on point like for performance and then maybe a little bit, they can last like a month. Because it's what they call like a dead shoe, where it no longer supports beyond a certain point. Pun intended. Beyond a certain point. I still have a lot of my point shoes, but there's I just want to have like, you know, everything. I still, to this day, like, I've needed to replace my ballet bag because it got ruined. I still haven't, like, replaced it. I found, like, a temporary replacement, and it's nice, but it's not what I want. It functions, but it's, like, all the stuff that I use, it's like it barely holds it, and it's not comfortable. So I still need to get a ballet bag that I really want. I just got what I needed at the time, but it's not what I really needed. It serves its purpose, but a lot of the stuff that I use, I have to keep in the locker at the studio, instead of having everything in my bag and being able to take it home. Because when I'm at Juilliard, like, I'm going to be taking all my stuff with me in my bag, so I need a bag that can have it all in there. Yeah, I need to get like the ballet flats. Like the ballet flats are like, it just basically looks, it's like what we call like a soft slipper that you just like slide your foot in, and it has the strap that goes over the top. I need to get some of those, and I need point shoes. Yeah. There's a tradition that I do every single ballet shoe, whether it's the flats or the points. There's a scripture that I write on the sole. It's Psalms 149:3, and it literally, because I write Psalm 149:3 on the inside, and then on the bottom, I put, let them praise his name with dancing, Psalm 149:3. Because that has been like my thing ever since I've ever put on my first pair of shoes, like ballet shoes. So like all the ones that I have, every single one of them has that written on the bottom. because that's literally like, let them praise his name with dancing. And that's my favorite. Because I have like favorite books in the Bible, but that's my favorite verse. I have other verses too that aren't related to dance. Like that one's my favorite because like throughout the Bible, and I've been making posts on Instagram that are related to dancing in the Bible, like different verses and scriptures that are dance related. But that one's my favorite, and I haven't made the post with it yet because I'm kind of picky about how I want to do it. But I have other verses and other books that are much more like, you know, heavy with meaning. But that one is my favorite that's in relation to dance, because there's so many different verses throughout the Bible that praise dancing, and he talks about dancing, and it's always like how you show like your joy and how you praise him through dance. And there's like so many throughout the Bible about dance, but that one's my favorite, so I put it on the bottom of each ballet shoot that I have. And it's funny because sometimes at the end of our performances we do this thing where we all take our ballet shoes off and we throw them up in the air, and it's like the dog pile is what we call it. You always can tell which ones are mine because of that. You know how like in graduation where everybody throws their cap and then it's like you have to find your cap? You can always find my ballet shoes because mine are the only ones that have his scripture written on the bottom. You can't steal my stuff. You can't steal it, because all I would have to do is be like, hey, show me the bottom. Yep, those are mine. I remember the very first time that I did that with my very first pair, and I was sitting on the floor, as always, sitting on the floor, like sewing the satin straps to it, and on the backs of all of my point shoes, I sew like these tiny little hearts. So each shoe has like one heart, because there, you know, the seam, the back seam that goes down the center of the back of the shoe, I have like one heart on either side of that for each shoe. So my shoes have like little tiny hearts sewn into them, and then they have his scripture written on the bottom. And when I had my first pair and my mom saw me writing that scripture, she just kind of like smiled, and I was like, look. And she was like, that's beautiful. And I was like, it's my favorite verse that's about dance, because he has so many throughout his word. And she was like, that's your favorite? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, And years later, like fast forward to current, she was over at my apartment, and we were just talking and like sitting on the floor, and I had made tea, and we were having hot tea, and there was a candle that I lit, and we were just like chatting and stuff. And she looked in my, because I have like this little, like, it's like a cloth like storage thing, and it has all my ballet shoes in it. And she was just going through, and she's like, June, you've really done so much with dance. And she was like looking through all of them, and she was looking at the bottoms of all of them, and like, because there's some performances where we write it, everybody writes their names. So like some of my ballet shoes have like all the girls' names on them, but they all have the scripture. because when we put each other's names on them, it's like for a specific performance. Like once a year we do a big performance, and that's the one that we all sign each other's shoes for. And we take like pictures of all of us sitting in a circle, and so all you see is like everybody's shoes in a circle, stuff like that. But when she saw that, she was like looking through like the bin that has all of those in it, and she was like, I remember when you first wrote that, and you've put it on all of them ever since. And she was like, so that's like your little tradition? And I was like, yeah. Because not only is it my favorite like verse, but to me it's like he's with me while I'm dancing, because dance is like my gift that he bestowed upon me, because I've been dancing on my own naturally since always. And so it's like he's always with me when I express my gift that he gave me. That's the way I see it. I know that might sound kind of lame, but it's like, that's how I feel. It's like he's with me. It's because of him that I have that gift, and it's because of him that I'm here. And I'm his child, and I'm just dancing, and he's with me. I don't know. It's just this thing that I do. Some of them like write their names on the insoles. There's one person that like puts like Sharpie designs on the inside. I just write his scripture, that specific one, and mine has like little hearts sewn into the backs. Because that has significance too. So there's like his verse on the outside bottom soles, and then the hearts in the back is I dance from my heart with love. And the reason why there's two is it's my heart and my love and his love. So on each shoe there's two hearts. It's my love and his love together. I'm sorry. It's like lame. I know. I do weird stuff. I don't know. I think I might have to take a picture and show you. Like the little hearts on the backs. I have to take a picture and show you. It's funny. I'm sorry. I I follow like the Three Stooges on Instagram, and one of the videos popped up for me. Larry is like my favorite because he's funny. Like Mo is the mean one, and Curly is like goofy, but Larry has like that quick wit, like sarcasm, and they each have their own comedy style, and his is more like subtle, but actually genius if you pay attention. Because like Curly is just like that obvious, like in your face, like woo, 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 you know, and it's like it's goofy and silly and funny. And Mo is just like, you know, the jerk, but in a physical way. Larry has like that subtlety of like tongue in cheek, like quick wit. And when you pay attention to like his body language and like the way he delivers, I think he's the funniest out of the three. And I was watching one of the reels and it was really funny. He can actually, like, they had him in the show, they had him play the violin, and that actor can actually play the violin, and even after and before the show, he used to play the violin, like, for friends and family, and just, like, go to, like, little joints and stuff like that and play and stuff, so he actually can play it, and he's really good at it. Nandeo. Oh. It's almost 5 a.m. La 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 la. No, the sun won't be up for like another hour, hour and a half. So what are you doing today with your day? Did you die? Okay. Just making sure. Deal. That's why I was asking. I'll send you a screenshot of the app so you can see. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What? Yeah, it has to be like 15 characters long, specifically. Because on my password, I usually have like one exclamation point, and I had to put two, and I never use two. I always just use one, so it's like the only thing that I have to use two exclamation points for my password. What? Huh? It's like, no. The violence is inherent in the system. Oh, see him oppressing me? with plans. Strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. Supreme executive power derives from a mandate from the masses, not from some farcical aquatic ceremony. You can't expect to wield supreme executive power just because some watery tart threw a sword at you. The plans are what I was talking about. So, like, you go to find plans and you can pick, like, whatever category. And then it will give you a list of different plans that you can start. It doesn't cost anything. But then for, like, however long that plan is, sometimes it's 16 days or 5 days or whatever, there's a verse and a scripture and then, like, a whole thing around it for each day. And it all is, like, whatever that category that you picked, it's, like, geared towards that to help you with whatever that is. So, like, for some people, they struggle with, like, depression, you know. There's scripture that can help you with it. Patience. That makes sense. Because for me, it's like, I don't just see his word as like a self-help book, but if you are seeking guidance, that would be the one to go to, you know, kind of thing. So, but a lot of it comes from like just talking with him and praying about it. But for some people, that particular thing with like his word being specific to those things from his word, it can help. Because it's like, when you're struggling with something, he's the one to go to anyway. So... I just prefer to like talk to him and just read his word. When are they supposed to arrive? When are they supposed to arrive? The person that's coming to your house? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I just didn't know. Because I didn't want to be like, you know. Okay. Because it's like, if you do have to go, it's okay. Oh, okay. I go to Bible, like at the bottom, I click on Bible, and then in where it says, where it just kind of pops up something for you, at the bottom by like the little play symbol, you click on that, and then you select your book. Yeah. And on the top part of that, there's a little like globe symbol, and it'll say like KJV or whatever. You can change what version you want. That's what I was saying before. There's so many. I just use King James and English Standard, but you can pick whatever works best for you. Now, that's not the same as English Standard. Just so you know. Because there's American Standard and then there's English Standard. Yes. Yes. What does? Oh, okay. Oh, that's the same one that I use for ASL. Yeah, because ASL is a language that I've known for a couple of years, and I was self-taught, but I also knew someone that I worked with that I was able to practice with, and that was the app that they gave me was ASL Bloom. And so it's like a combination of like teaching myself and then using that application. It's pretty good. And like you said, it's set up like Duolingo, so it's like if you use Duolingo, it's pretty familiar. I should be getting a schedule update, and I'll let you know that. Cause since we're on like opposite time zones and stuff, when I get that, I will let you know. Cause right now, and until it changes, for now, I'm just like on call every day because of the situation at work. Okay. Nah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's okay. Mm-hmm. My floors are crickety. Normally it takes longer to load, and I wasn't ready by the time all this loaded in. Yeah, she's near me. Alright. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can honestly say I haven't had this version of this map in a while. Yeah, you have to M1 me because you can't aim. She gave up chasing me already because I was dodging like every shot that she was throwing. Because she's like insta-downing everybody else, and with me, she wasn't landing her shot. So she gave up. There we go. Mm-hmm. She doesn't like me very much. Yeah. crazy. I was wondering if it was like, it's not though, but it seemed like it was the same huntress from before that I had that didn't really seem to know what she was doing. Because I noticed she was like M1ing everybody else, but with me she was throwing the hatchets and missing her shots. But like for everybody else, it was like the only way that she could down people is to like just hit them. So, I don't know. I don't know. Dailies are done. Oh, I need to play killer. I see. Yeah, but you don't have to like, we can still stay in the party. Like we usually do. Okay. What? So pretty. What are you going to make? Ooh. What? Mm-hmm. Spicy. Okay, I'll do that. I have like a tickle in the back of my shirt. You better get cooking. My kitchen's small. My kitchen is like, it's a good thing I'm really tiny because just with me and my roommate in my kitchen, if we stand next to each other, that's like half the kitchen. Because basically, like, my kitchen is like one strip. And it's like cabinet, sink, refrigerator on one side, and the oven and counter space on the other. And that's it. That's literally it. It's like a tiny little strip. So it's like, when I'm in the kitchen, I have all this room. And it feels big because it's just me. But as soon as another person's in there, it's like, there's nowhere to move. Like, you can, but yeah. So because technically it's a one bedroom apartment, and the living room is decent size and the bedroom is decent size, but the kitchen and the bathroom are really small. Like, my bathroom is just big enough for like my shower and my tub, but that's about it. But that's what I was saying, is like, my apartment's kind of just made for like one person. It's not really meant for multiple people. But because I'm such a minimalist and I don't have hardly any things, and I'm a really tiny person, her stuff is like the amount of stuff that one person would have. And since I don't have a lot of stuff, it's essentially like one person's living here because I don't really have much stuff. You weren't expecting that, ne? Why is it like not? Okay, that's BS. Yeah, that's just like a waste of my time. He's just going around in the same frickin' spot like an asshole. Why is it not counting? Yeah, with the same BS. And it doesn't count that. Like, this is bullshit. Every time I get this killer, I get these big ass maps like this, and all they do is run around in circles. Like, I'm not doing this, no. I'm not gonna, like, get fucked over on a huge ass map where they just run around in a circle and it's not counting what I'm projecting. Because, like, how I was projecting it covered, like, the whole thing, and the whole time it didn't count any of that, and it's like, no, that's bullshit. basically what my phone case is gonna look like, except the gold will not look like yellow like that, but actual gold. Cause this looks like this gold looks more like brass, or not brass, but like not gold. And this is like too yellow. Like true gold looks totally different. But yeah, my phone case is like dark purple and gold. It's like Prince purple. I thought you were gonna cook. What are you doing? No, I wasn't asking what you were cooking. I was asking how come you're not cooking. Because you said you were going to. I'm like, so why are you not cooking? I thought that's what you were gonna do. I'm just picking on you. Just giving you a hard time. I don't know, you said you were cooking and it doesn't sound like you're doing a whole lot of cooking. It sounds like you're doing a whole lot of sitting. Don't make me come over there and cook. Do I have to go over there and cook for you? Okay. Just making sure. I accidentally hit the button. So it looked like I went ding ding. And like, that wasn't me. I didn't mean to. The fact that they already have it done. Sorry. I didn't realize that it was muted. You didn't tell me. So I didn't know. You just have to say it's muted. I didn't hear you. I don't know how long it was muted for, though. Because I had that same problem in my last stream, and I ended up deleting the whole stream because of that. Because people leave when that happens. No, it's okay. They had to, like, go do like, cooking and stuff. Because they have people over, so. I'm surprised you're still awake. I mean, I'm not surprised, but I also kinda am. I'm kind of going back and forth. I was talking to you, and then I was talking to her, and I'm talking to you again. Did you guys have fun? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Two doors focused on one gen. That seems fair. Yeah, I like this map. No, I didn't know that it was muted, and I deleted my stream like 2 streams ago for that because it was like too long of a period of time that it was muted for. And people tend to like leave the stream or just fast forward through if they can't hear me talking, and it messes everything up. But this is too long of a stream for me to just like toss away. So all I can do is apologize to people that watch it. It was a good match, like I got a 4K and it was a good match and everything, but it's like, you have to tell me that it's muted, because it's not the first time that that's happened, and people just don't tell me that it's muted. There we go. Oh, there's the thing. Is there a reason they're just kind of following me around but not really doing anything? Yeah, it was like kind of creepy. Oh, I'm gonna put this up. It's like, creepy. I like that though. Oh, yeah, this is gonna be a long stream. I don't plan on ending it anytime soon. Because I had 2 streams before that I deleted. One was deleted because of the mutation. The other one, it uploaded, and one of my friends said that they were able to watch it, but YouTube gave me like this notification, and it was like a yellow triangle with like an exclamation point saying like upload error or something like that. And when I tried to go into it, it was like I couldn't access my own video. So that one I removed just purely because of like technical difficulties. Yeah. So I'm doing an extra long stream for today. There we go. That guy's just chilling, you know, hanging out. No, we did the same thing. They don't talk as much as you do. You're a talker. And so, because I tend to just be a comfortable sitting in silence, like at peace person, if I'm with someone that doesn't talk as much, that's kind of how it is. Yeah, it's like if I have something on my mind or something to talk about, then I will. But yeah, there's no like rhyme or reason to it. Some days I'm like, I have a lot to say, and some days I don't. Yeah. I don't even think he noticed. I'm pretty sure that text ruined though, so I need to find it. Come on, June, find the totem. Yeah, there's too many of these like little inlet. Oh, that was them scratching. I think she found it. Nope. Devour hope. We need to find it now. It's like she follows me everywhere. It's gotta be like in this direct, basically where she was hooked, which is not good. That's why. She almost had it done and he got her off of it. Are you kidding me? So he's patrolling it. Mm-hmm. Seriously? Through that thing? Yeah, no. Yeah, he's gonna keep patrolling that. Because he knows that two people know where it is now. They had DS. Mm-hmm. Okay. It wasn't here. Mm-hmm. Why do they keep following me around? Like, we need gens done. Like, what the heck, man? Okay. We need to find... So there's one there. It has to be in this area. And I feel like wherever it is, he's gonna keep going back to it to see if, like, we're doing it. So what we kind of have to do is, like, go where he goes. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if it's in here, because there's usually one over here in this little corner. Nope. Yeah, I don't have... They moved all the totem places around, and then with this map, it's like, I don't have them memorized yet. That was a close one. What the heck was I stuck on? Mm. You dirty little rat. You dirty little rat. You dirty little rat. It's mine now. You left it all alone. Now we can get back to business. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are using that ability because they modified it. He moored her. He knows what I was there. You have to hear that little bell. It's so adorable. I get there. It's like he's going in and out of it. Mm-hmm. Oof, oof, oof. Okay. And he can't mori me. He has the hook, man. But she's injured and he knows where she is, so we're pretty much done for. Mm-hmm. I'm the only person that didn't get moried. That's funny. Yeah. That explains a lot. But I still got rid of both their hexes. They had like a what I call a punk build where it's like all the overpowered perks and a mori and these, like they were doing the most to get a 4K. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You do you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 1 second. Sorry. I had to like take something and it gives me the jitters. I still have the same lolly because it's been put down for so long. Mm-hmm. I pretty much have been putting it down during matches. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, because I worked like a 12-hour shift, was off the next day, worked a 15-hour shift, and then yesterday I worked a lot of hours too, so they gave me today off. Mm-hmm. No Jin and no Totem in Shack. Shack is useless. And that's also where Basement is, so it's like just avoid Shack altogether. I'm gonna go this way. Isn't it beautiful? It's my second favorite. The Japanese map is the only, because there's like 3 different Japanese maps. So all 3 Japanese maps, and then this one is like my second favorite. And the one that I was just on previously is my third. Yeah. It's better for 2 people to be on a gen instead of 1 because it goes faster, but then when you get more than 2, it's like not worth the effort because it doesn't go that much more faster between 2 and 3 that you could have like another gen in progress. Did the killer give up? Oh my gosh. Did the killer give up? I know he injured the Dwight, but I don't even see the Dwight, and he's not chasing anybody. I think they gave up. And they're just waiting for us to... Yeah, I'm gonna go sit outside here in a little bit. It's not big enough to hide in. Oh, he just like opened the gate. Yeah, he was basically just waiting for us to leave. he didn't want me to give it to him. He's like, no, don't give it. It's like, no. They were being nice. Because it was like they would hit us and then leave. They didn't like hook anybody, and they just kind of let us do gin, so they were being nice. What is this one? Totems. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, it's kind of... I wouldn't say that. The sun's coming out. Yeah. Oh no. Like I said, the one stream, I deleted it because it was like 15 solid minutes of me being muted. And I'm pretty sure it was probably that whole match that I was muted on this one. But that's like an almost 9-hour stream, you know. I'm not deleting a 9-hour stream for 10 minutes, you know. I feel like that would be crazy. Yeah, and you can still hear the audio. It's like you can hear the audio for the match, but you just can't hear me. The reason that it was a big deal in the other one is I was sitting out here talking. So there was nothing happening on the screen. And I wasn't talking either. Well, I was, but I was muted. At least with this, I was playing in the match. So it's like you can just watch the match and then it's unmuted. I can live with that. Yeah. Yeah. I will go here in a little bit. Like, I feel like this is a good stopping point for the game, and I'm just gonna chill out here and enjoy the morning. Share it with you. Watching the sun come up and just enjoying the sunrise. It's beautiful. No, so I started off the stream talking with you, but then when you went to go hang out with your boyfriend, because it was like late at night, so I understand. I was talking with her, but she unexpectedly, like, her daughter's boyfriend came over, because she's like in Prague, like 6 hours ahead of me, so it's like afternoon there, you know. And so she was like gonna cook for them and all of that stuff. Yeah, it's like she herself isn't really gonna be doing much of anything, just enjoying her day off, but she specifically like wanted to make food for them. kind of like how I do. So I was like, no, go do all of that, because my day's just starting, and I have stuff I'm gonna do too. So, yeah, I'll sleep for like a couple hours, but then I have a whole bunch of stuff I'm gonna do too. So I have some reading of his word to do, and yeah. My mom was talking about maybe coming over, so I might let my mom come over. Because she's been like a little bit stressed out lately, and just like wanting to vent. It's something that we do. It's like I let her basically come over and like just vent and talk as much as she wants to talk. It's kind of like a big vent session, essentially. Like I'm spending time with her, but it's like when she initially comes over, I'll let her just like unload. And after the unloading, then we start talking about like him and getting into all of that. So I feel like she might need that. Yeah. And then for me personally, there's some stuff that I want to do. So yeah, she's in the middle of her day because she's 6 hours ahead of me. My day is just starting, and I have stuff that I'm gonna do. Yeah. Well, you have like you had your boyfriend coming over in the middle of the night. That's different. Like for her it's the middle of the day, and her daughter's boyfriend came over. Yeah. I have some artwork. I'm gonna go get some point shoes and some flat shoes, and then obviously like do my thing with them to prep them. And then there's one piece that I'm working on for my art that I'm gonna work on. Just like listen to music and work on my art and read my Bible and stuff. I don't go like right when they open. I go like mid-morning or like late morning. And it depends on if my mom wants to come over. If my mom wants to come over, then I will just go get my shoes like after she leaves. Yeah. So I mean, you can if you want to. You can come with me and we can like get some tea, some boba tea or something, or some matcha and chat. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, so you're gonna be there anyway. Yeah, that's really close. So, yeah, that works. It's just after the stream, I'm gonna get a little bit of sleep, like a couple hours. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw that. It's funny. It's funny. I sent it to Koki and I sent it to my mom. Because I saw that in the email that you sent me, and I was like, that's funny. Yeah. Every ballet dancer can relate to that. I know, except for me. Well, see, it's like memes and stuff like that. I understand it because everybody else that I know that's a dancer tells me about it. But for me, it's like, it's not a thing because it doesn't bother me. Yeah, because when I do all that stuff, it doesn't hurt my feet. Like, when, yeah, like when I dance, even when I dance on point, my feet don't hurt. I don't get bunions. I don't get hammer toes. I don't get foot strain. I don't get pain. Even when like I stretch my arch, I don't get pain from that either. But the thing is with stretching your arch, if you stretch your arch a lot, because I understand like everybody wants like the perfect arch. The problem with that is you also weaken the musculature when you do that. So it's like if you're not doing the footwork to strengthen that muscle paired with like stretching the arch, then over time you can collapse your arch because the muscles can deteriorate from stretching it, and then it's easier to collapse that arch. And then that's like a whole other thing. I naturally have high arches because I have very curvy, like naturally, like basically I have dancer feet, like natural ballet feet. So I don't have to like force an arch. But what I do use it for isn't for like, yeah, because they use it to stretch the arch and to like build an arch because they're flat-footed. I use that same tool, but I don't use it to stretch the arch. I use it to extend the tops. That's why I'm able to do point without point shoes. So like when I'm dancing barefoot, I can stand on my tiptoes, like on the very top parts of my toes only. Like only the very top parts of my toes are touching. And it's usually just the big toe. So it's like my whole body is on the tip of my big toe. The reason for that is because I do that. Because when I was little, I used to walk around the house normally on my tiptoes. That's why like when I wear high heels, my foot naturally curves in the shape that your foot shapes into when you wear high heels. So heels never bothered me either. Like when I very first started wearing heels, I didn't have to like learn how to walk in them. And it doesn't hurt my feet to walk in them. And like wearing them for long periods of time doesn't bother me either. So it's like because of the shape of my foot. Yeah. So when you sent that, it was like, I get it. Because that's what people talk about. But I don't experience that personally. But I still thought it was funny because I'm like, yeah, that it's kind of like the unspoken, like, it is known, you know? You what? No, I never did. I remember I used to put my mom's high heels on and walk around, and she was like, you're gonna fall on your butt, because she saw me like slide them on, and then I just like stood up and walked around, and she was like and she was like, have you done this before? And I was like, no. And she's like, you know what it is, it's because you walk around on your tiptoes anyway. And then she like, I was laying on the couch with her heels on, and she grabbed my foot and like took the shoe off, and she's like, relax your foot. And I was like, okay. And I relaxed my foot, and she's like, she took her fingers and was like tracing like the curvature of my foot, and it makes like this like S shape, and she's like, your foot is naturally curved to the shape on its own of the shape that your foot makes when it's in a heel. And she's like, that's why it doesn't bother you. So when I like, cause yeah, exactly, like when I would go to like festivals, like outdoor festivals in the city, and I'm wearing my heels all day, and they're like, don't your feet hurt after a while? Like, because I can walk like 20 blocks, 50 blocks, like from Bronx to freaking, yeah. Yeah, like I walk on average of about 20,000 steps a day, and I've walked more than that in heels. Didn't bother me. And my mom said that a big thing is like when you wear heels for a long period of time, even if your feet are like good and numb to it, when you take them off and you walk around flat-footed, you get like the cramps from it being like arched so long. Because I have a natural high arch, I don't get that either. And she was just like, I hate you. Like the Yosemite Sam. So, because she was a nurse. My mom was a nurse. She was an RN. And so she always wore like the nurse shoes, but she had the nurse shoes that were like clog style, like traditional nurse clogs. Yeah, she liked them. And, and they kind of have like a little bit of a heel and a curvature to them. And when she was young, she was in Barbizon, and she did like some modeling, and I have pictures of her. I snuck them. She knows that I took them because like she was flipping through the photo albums that I'd made, because each photo album I like decorate it and do all the stuff for each page. She was flipping through my photo and she's like, oh, that's where those went. And I was like, hee. And she's like, no, it's okay. She's like, I'd rather you have them, kind of thing. Because I'm her only child. And yeah, so she likes to wear heels, and even her nurse shoes had like a curvature, but her feet don't have that same, like her feet are more square shaped, like rectangular, and she has a low arch. She's not flat-footed, but yeah. I get it from my father's side of the family, like the Japanese side of my family. We all have high arches. It's like narrow, because we have small bone structure, so it's like more of a delicate foot. It's like delicate but strong with high arches, and it's curvy. And we all have really long toes. Long toes and long fingers. That's why Koki says I look like an alien. He's like, you have long limbs, like long arms, long legs, long toes, long fingers. He's like, you're basically an alien. Okay. But for ballet, it's like what you were saying when you said that I actually do look like a swan, because I have like the long neck and the long skinny arms and like the long legs and the long fingers and the long toes. Like everything's like elongated and like, yeah, it has like a look to it. So I got called a lot of things when I was in school for it, but then for my dance, it's like, it's perfect. Like that's what you want. But the difference is like delicate, yes, but strong. I don't have big, bulky calves and like big, thick, bulky thighs, but they're strong. It's like strong, solid, like lean muscle, not bulky muscle. So like, just because it's not all bulked out, don't second guess it. I can leg press 600 pounds. Don't talk to me. I had to prove that to Koki. Because the gym that I go to, the leg press goes up to like 400. His goes up to like 1,000. And I was like, I've never seen a leg press that goes up that high. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it goes up to 1,000. It's basically, if you were to fully load it to 1,000, it's like 20 45-pound weights to leg press 1,000. I can do, it's like right around 600. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was blown away because he was showing me the mission, because it's his gym. And yeah, well, I have the Planet Fitness membership, and then I have like the health club. The health club has the pool, so it's like if I want to swim, because there was a pool on campus because I was on the swim team. But then, like, off season, when we were out, I had a pool to go to from the health club because Planet Fitness doesn't have pools. So I've had a Planet Fitness membership since I was like 12. But the only reason I got the health club one was for the pool, and then they have a dry sauna, and they have like a hot tub with like the jets that hit your back. And they also have like a chair that you can like recline in, and like it massages all your muscles. And they also do like certain classes. So that's why I chose the health club. But the thing with the health club is it's like individual and you pay like a premium and stuff. With Planet Fitness, the thing that I liked about that, I've had it since I was like 12, and you can bring friends. Yeah. So, like me and Toto or me and Koki or like all three of us or whatever, if we all want to work out together, it's like they can just come to my gym. Well, at the time, we were on his side because he lives in the Bronx. So it's like we went to his gym. My gym, the leg press is like nowhere near that. And so when I went to his gym, it was like I kept adding weight. And he was over there just like, doing his thing. And I just kept adding weight, not really kind of paying attention to the numbers, but just like adding plates without thinking about it. And then when I was done, somebody approached me and they were like, dude, you just leg press 600? You're tiny. And I looked and I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you didn't know that? And I was like, no, I was just putting plates on. And he's like, no, you just leg press, like, that's crazy. And like, the thing is, it's not just leg pressing it, but like, what I do is like, I do the hip. There's machines that like open up your hips. So I do that first, because if you try to leg press without doing like the hip machines first, as soon as you start to like really get into it, you're gonna feel like that pinch, like that cramp. Like you have to properly like stretch and do everything. But yeah, he was like, that's crazy. And he was like, show me how you do that, because he came around like the very end. And so how I do it is like I let it pull, like my knees are basically to my chest, and then I push out, hold it, and then recede about halfway to where your legs are bent halfway, and hold that, and then release. So I hold it in two different critical points. So it's not just pressing and going, but I hold it. I hold that weight in 2 separate places. Because you can do the reps all day, but can you hold that weight? Yeah. And I told Cookie, and he was like, nuh-uh. He's like, you're 80 pounds. You ain't leg pressing no 600. And I showed him, and he was like, okay, yeah, I see the weight, but like, prove it. So I had to get back on a 3rd time, because I did it, and then I showed the other guy, and then I had to get back on again, because nobody came around to the machine, and did a few sets, and he was like, damn. Yeah, when I'm not flexing, I just look like you know that. It's like my legs just look slim and toned. But when I flex, like solid. Same thing with my arms. I just look like I have skinny arms. But it's like solid. So, yeah. Stomach, same. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yes, exactly. He even sent me one of those, like those ones where it's like it shows the girls and they all look like really thin. And then it's like, boom, you know, because they're like really skinny, and they're wearing like the long sleeve or whatever, and they just look all, you know, and the guys are like talking their trash, and then they just walk over and lift it up with one arm, and the guys are like, you know, and then they turn around and just like pull it up and like flex, like, like, yeah, you have no idea. Yeah. He has this thing that he calls it, he's like, you're gonna Sonya Blade me. And I didn't know what that meant at first, because I'm a big Mortal Kombat fan. He was like, Sonya Blade me, and I was like, what? He's like, oh yeah, I want June to Sonya Blade me, and I was like, what are you talking about? So I was like going through, you know, the games and like the moves that she does, and like, and he's like, you know, in the movie when she's fighting Kano and she just does a backwards handstand and like clenches the thighs around his neck and takes him to the ground, and I was like, yeah, I could do that. And he was like, yeah, that. I've done it, but I didn't actually squeeze. That's the thing. Because I also do like rhythmic gymnastics, so I can do like a lot of like rhythmic gymnastic stuff too. Because I took gymnastics when I was little. I did gymnastics from the time I was like 4 until I was like 13. It's not something I talk about because I don't actively do it anymore, but yeah, I can do like floor and the only thing that yes, but rhythmic gymnastics is different, because I also used to do like water gymnastics too, like rhythmic gymnastics and then rhythmic gymnastics in the water. And I also used to do this thing for a long time. I was like obsessed with it. Basically, when I got the health club membership, they had a pool. So when I was in college, it was like I would use the college pool, and we would do like our swim meets and stuff like that, and our practices and everything. But when I would just go to the health club on my own, underwater martial arts is my vibe. Yes, not only does it help with your lung capacity and your breath control and your relaxation, but you feel like it relaxes the muscles because you feel the pressure of the water on your whole body. So
literally just sitting in the bottom of the shallow end of the pool. It's like you go and you go into the pool and just like sit in the bottom of the pool and focus on nothing. Literally nothing. And then I got really into like slow, basically it's like I knew one other person that did it, and he was like really big into like the shadow boxing, so he would do like the boxing stuff underwater. I do more of like the slow Tai Chi movements underwater. I started like above water, like waist deep, and then gradually like graduated to like standing to where the water comes to like your chin, but your body, like your arms and legs are underwater, and just like moving that, and then graduated from there to like being completely submerged. And then for a while it was like just focusing on holding the breath underwater, and then after that combining those. Yeah. And I will tell you, the best like full body workouts is swimming, underwater Tai Chi, and the rowing machine. Yeah. Rowing will work out your whole body. I love the rowing machine. But swim, if you told me swim 5 miles or run 5 miles, I'll swim it. As much as like I walk and jog, I prefer swimming. It's just I don't have a pool in my back pocket at all times. So it's like I don't just carry around like a little pool that I can just whip out at any given time. Yeah. But no, that took time. It's not something that happened overnight. I started doing that, and it took me about little over 6 months to go from like waist deep and just moving my legs, because I've been doing Tai Chi my whole life. Because like I said, when I was growing up, I was not allowed to have breakfast to even like, because you know how you wake up, you have breakfast, and then you go to school. I was not allowed to eat breakfast until I finished my martial arts training. That was the thing. So it's like, yeah. So I've practiced Aikido and Tai Chi my whole life, because my father knows Aikido. So I learned Aikido from him when I was little. He used to teach me on his days off when he was home, when I was like 3, 4, 5 years old. Once I started school, once I started school, it was pretty much like, yeah, you do this, then you have breakfast, then you go to school. And if I don't finish, then I just don't get breakfast and I go straight to school, kind of thing. So the Tai Chi I felt comfortable already doing. Like basically what I would do is just like the basic 88. The 88 is what you learn when you're just starting out. And I would just go through the 88. Like waist deep, and then a little bit deeper. And then I practiced my breath work, which I had to do anyway because I was on the swim team. Because I was on the swim team in high school and college. So yeah, it just helped that much more. So it's like on my off time, that's what I'm doing. Aside from like obviously like just practicing the butterfly and doing laps and stuff. But it tremendously helped my breath work, because that's literally what you're doing, is breath work. So my lung capacity is strong. But yeah, always swim. And the thing is, it's better for you because when you're running, that's high impact on your joints. High impact on your joints. Swimming takes all the weight off of all of your joints. So it's actually better for your joints and your body to swim instead of run. Because you're not putting that pressure, you're not compressing your ankles and the whole weight of your body like pounding on your feet. So you don't have your whole body weight like pounding your feet, pounding your knees, compressing the kneecaps, the hip flexors and all that stuff. You're not doing all that. So you get the benefits that you would get from jogging without the Danny Glover knees, basically. Yeah. Like, your skeletal system will thank you when you're older. And since I already do a lot of ballet and a lot of dancing, which can wreak havoc on the skeleton, like the exoskeleton is what I call it, swimming is like a way to work out my entire body without making the joints suffer. Yeah. There's a reason that when you go to like gyms and stuff, it's a bunch of old people doing like the water therapy movements, because it literally takes pressure off the joints. So people with like arthritis, people with osteoporosis, people that have like spinal issues and like joint pressure issues and like joint decay, bone decay, literally get in the water. Well, see, I don't float, I sink. The more body fat you have, you float. The less body fat you have, you sink. I sink straight to the bottom. Yeah, and it's like my booty, it's funny because it's like my butt will kind of go up, but only my butt. So if I was like laying like face down in the water, like my butt will kind of go up a little bit, but nothing else. It's like everything else is trying to sink and my booty's trying to go up. So all you see is a butt float. Yeah. But when you're in a standing position in the water, it's different. But if I were to just go limp, like face down, it's like everything like kind of falls forward and my butt just goes boop. I have a muscular butt, but yeah, I got a little bit of cheese in my cake. Yeah, it's like solid. It's still solid and firm, but it's like just enough. Yeah. Not completely, no. Not completely. Yeah. You know that, you've seen. I'm kind of jealous of people who can just float in the water. You know how you can just like lay on your back and float in the water? I sink. I don't float. And it kind of sucks because it's like I would love to just like let my body go completely limp and just float and like stare up at the sky, you know? I can't do that because my body sinks. It's not fair.
I would have to have a life jacket. Like, I want to float. Whoa. I'm pretty sure. It was a weird sound. I think it's like the trash people on the back end. It is early morning on a Friday. It's always early morning for me when they pick up like in the dumpsters around my building, because they do it overnight mostly, but by the time they get to me, like my building, it's usually about this time in the morning. I guess we're like at the end of their route or whatever. Yeah, there's like dumpsters on the back side. That's why I can hear it on the flip side of our building. And there's birdies. Do I what? I'm sorry. I was listening to the birdies. Oh. No. Those are just the things that I do. Like when I go to the gym, I stretch. I do the rowing machine. And then I stretch after that. And then I do my lifting. Like leg lifts. I do an all over. I don't just target. Most of the stuff that I do is all over body. Targeting one specific point, no. I do a balance of both. But I also don't overwork one specific thing. So you know how some people, like, they focus the upper body, they focus the arms and the upper body and the chest, and then they have like leg day as they call it. I don't do that. Whether I'm at home, whether I'm at the pool, whether I'm at the gym, it doesn't matter. Like, my stuff is always an all over body workout. And that's why my body is like all over toned and firm and tight, because I don't hyper focus one specific area, because to me it's all about all over body balance. And it's like your whole body is simultaneously working together in unison. It's an even flow, like throughout the bloodstream, throughout the circulation of your whole body. You're not pinpointing like one specific thing and overstressing it, and then having to like have a rest day and then targeting something else. It's like, no, it's a equal all over body workout every time I work out. So, yeah, and that's just what works for me. So, stretching, the rowing machines and all over body workout, and then I stretch again, and then I do like my lifts, like I do the weights. So I do like my leg presses and I do my lifts, and then I do like the hip flexors stuff and all that to like open up your, you know, yeah. So it's like the tension with because there's one that does the tension like inward on the inner part of your thighs, and then there's one that does like the outer hips of like opening up those muscles. So that's why my thigh game is so strong, because it's not just from being able to leg press, it's also like, and because I'm like so flexible, when I do those machines, it's like my legs go, I have like a lot of weight added to it. And when I open the legs, they're like, it's like doing a split. Because I do splits easily. So it's like
complete open split, and then slowly bring it back closed and hold that. Open back up and hold that. Slowly close it back and hold that. That's why I can just pop a split, and it's nothing. And that's why, like, when I do the wall, like when we're at dance practice and I'm like doing the wall splits, that's why it's like crotch to wall and the legs are straight against the wall. Because I've always been flexible like that, but it's not just pure flexibility, it's also like muscle control and like conditioning those muscles. So that way I can literally just like, yeah, that's why I'm just sitting there like chatting with the girls and they're over there doing their thing, and yeah. Yeah. Do you want the real answer? To describe it, I don't know how it's gonna come off. To see it would be simple. Because, to be honest, a lot of it is just natural, God-given flexibility. But even though it's natural flexibility, and I'm very limber, and I always have been, I don't codepend on that. So it's like, yes, I'm naturally flexible, and I can put my legs behind my head and touch the balls of my feet to the floor behind me, and I can bend and contort and do all these things. And it's like an even flowy thing and all that. But I also like still keep the musculature strong, because obviously over time, as you age, you're going to have deterioration. And I might not be old, but it's like, if you just depend on the fact that you're flexible but you have weak musculature, then as you age, you're not going to be able to do that stuff, right? Because you've overextended, and then you weaken those muscles because you're not keeping them strong and conditioned. So that's why a lot of what I do is like using my own body's resistance as the tension, if that makes sense. Like laying on the ground and like putting your feet together and raising your legs up and holding that. That's using your own body weight as resistance and tension and control and musculature control, and you're conditioning the muscles in that manner. So applying that logic, same thing goes with like splits, wall sits, planking, mountain climbers. But for the splits, I've just always been able to do splits. And then like, I was able to do them before I did gymnastics. And I did gymnastics, like I said, like my whole childhood. And I also danced and did all that stuff my whole childhood, plus martial arts. So it's like I've always been like limber and flexible. But what I do is like the stuff that I've already talked about that maintains that musculature. So when I'm using that flexibility, it's not sitting there shaking under tension or like weakening over time to where, oh yeah, like 5 years from now, I ain't going to be able to do that because you haven't conditioned and maintained that strength. Because you can, as you know, like you can teach your muscles to, so one of the things that I do as far as the splits are is a tension band, and it's a pretty like, yeah, you know how the resistance bands have like different tensions? Mine's pretty tense. It's one of the more tense ones. Like, yeah, it's like some of them some of them it's like a bungee cord where it's like really easy and it just kind of ring, 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 but mine has like much more resistance, and you have to strain harder to like expand it because that's how strong my legs are. And so I literally how do I put this?
I lay on my back and pull my hips up. I'm sorry, it's being loud. The beeping, I can't with my autism. That constant beeping, I can't. I have to wait. I'm sorry. It's triggering me right now. I have to wait. And they're taking forever. And ever and ever. Yeah. It's basically like lay on your back, pull, like, yeah, you basically like pull your hips towards your abdomen to where essentially like you're laying on your back with like your butt up in the air, right? And if you were to like, so like the top part of your back is touching the floor, but the lower part of your back and your butt is raised up off the floor. Yes. And you take your legs and they're straight up in the air, right? So you're making like the letter J with your body. And then you put the resistance bands around your ankles, right? And slowly spread your legs open to where it's like a T shape. But so they're like completely straight, right? But then I bend my feet and bring them down to the floor. So when I do wall splits, that's nothing because the wall splits are like straight, like the T shape. On my own, I go beyond that point to where it's like an arch. Yeah. So then if I'm like sitting like, yeah, like, so if you're sitting like Indian style, you know, like crotch to floor, and you take like one leg, that's why I can take one leg and put it straight up in the air, but also like curve it around over, like diagonally towards the opposite direction. Because my legs can bend not just straight up in the air, but curved even further. Yeah. So there's like that straight line and then there's beyond that. So like when I'm doing yoga and I'm standing and I pull one leg behind me and it's straight up, I can point my toes and bring it to curve around towards the front of me. Yeah. So that's why when they were like making the comments like, damn, June, like, yeah, because splits can be deteriorating on the hips and the legs. But if you're conditioning the musculature and you're conditioning it in a way that's like slow but sure over time and you're not stressing it, you're conditioning your body into that flexibility without strain. So that's like a lifetime's worth of like just slowly but surely taking the flexibility I already had, strengthening it and conditioning it, and then like training it even that much more. So that's why I'm able to just pop and drop and pop back up, you know, and like do all the things that I do and all the contorting. And when I do the contorting, it's like flowing like water flowing in from one contortion into another contortion, and it just flows like an octopus's arms just flowing. That's why, because I've spent a lifetime doing it. So when you take a normal person that's never done splits before, they have to start from scratch of like doing it like that. Otherwise you're gonna hurt yourself. Yeah. Because it's like you can drop and do splits all day long, but over time you're killing your pelvic floor and your hip flexors by doing that. That's what happened to Prince. That's why towards the end of Prince's life, he wasn't even that old. And he was walking with a cane because in his performances, he used to pop splits all the time.
and the way that he would dance. And it's like I can do a lot of that stuff, but I do it in such a way because I've conditioned my body a certain way, and I'm naturally flexible to where between my natural flexibility and how I've trained my body through martial arts, through dance, through ballet, through the musculature work, and like the toning and the conditioning has been like a slowly but surely process throughout my life. It's not just bam and that's it, and it's like you just get used to throwing your body down like that, and over time your body is like, hey man, so that's kind of what happened with him. It's not that he wasn't flexible and couldn't do it, because obviously he could, but it's the follow through and the conditioning and the training before and after. Because my philosophy, and when I was in martial arts, when I started like doing it with my Sifu later on, because I learned from my father, and then it was a lot of like self-taught and with my father, but over time, like after a while, I started training with my Sifu, and he would have me like help him teach the class. Yeah, and they're like mostly adults, and I'm like this punk teenager, but it's like I had been doing it for years, my whole life. So but I would tell them, just like anything else, when you really think about it, any true art form, it's like 99% prep, 1% performance. And if you're just doing it like for performance, you're gonna hurt yourself. And even if you do like workout and stuff in between and everything, if you're not hyper focusing, like maintaining that musculature and that flexibility to strengthen those areas, it will deteriorate over time. Because it's like sudden, abrupt movements, and it's the weight of your body pressuring those joints too. Yes, it's just like with martial arts, it's 80% mental, 20% physical. And the same thing with like anything else in that arena, it's like 99% prep work. Like, for example, in Rocky, like, what Mickey said is not wrong. He's like, for a 50-minute fight, you have to train for 5,000 minutes. Like, it's true. Because it's it's like 99% like training and prep work and conditioning and strengthening and muscle memory. You're conditioning the muscle memory. And it's like a protection seal around them, so you're not tearing muscles and straining your joints and your tendons and all this. Because like for contortion, most contortionists, even if they've been contorting since they were little kids, they can only do it for so long, and then after a while it's like their body just starts to, so there's a way to do it to where it doesn't cause stress and strain and deterioration, but it takes dedication. So a lot of that stuff I don't really talk about, I just do. So like when I'm at home or I'm not working, I'm off from work, sometimes I'm at the gym, but sometimes I'm at home and I'm doing stuff like that. Yeah, so like I know that you say like, oh, you're at home a lot, and it's like 50-50. Sometimes I'm out in the city doing stuff, and sometimes I'm at home. But just because I'm at home doesn't mean I'm sitting in front of the TV. As a matter of fact, I'm never sitting in front of the TV. The only time I sit in front of the TV is when I'm streaming, because that's the only time that I play like my video games is when I'm streaming. I don't play video games outside of streaming, and I don't stream that often. So the rest of the time, it's like I'm doing stuff like that. Like, especially on my balcony, I will just like every single day I dance outside of like going to the studio with you guys. So like I'll go to the dance studio with you guys and we do dance practices and we do performances, but outside of that, every single day at home, I'm doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. So it's every day. There's not a day that goes by that I'm not dancing and doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. Because it's like, that's how my body was naturally made. And to me, it's like a blessing and a gift that I was born like very flexible, very limber, and naturally a dancer. Even my feet are made like that. So to me, it's like all those beautiful things that are those gifts that I was bestowed with, I want to keep them in tip-top form. Like, he gave me all these blessings and I'm gonna maintain them, kind of thing, you know. Like, I'm not just gonna let those gifts fall by the wayside, you know, or overstrain and overwork them and then they deteriorate, you know. It's like, no. I'm gonna maintain that. So that's my own personal, you know. Yeah. Everybody's loud today with their loud vehicles. I can't help it. Go scream at them. What are you looking at? Get back in your house. You've never seen Bronx Tale. It's okay. You're uncultured swine. It's fine. Get back in your house. And then the look she gives him. For me, it's like not just what he says, but it's the look she gives him after, like, the look that like the old lady gives him. Because she's like judging the fact that they're like an interracial couple and all that. It's like, you know, what are you looking at? Get back in your house. And then her facial expression when he says that. Yeah, well, and it's kind of like what I was saying. It's, to me, the way that I see it is I was born with all these beautiful gifts that he gave me. He basically created, like, he not only did he give me the gift of dance and the want of dance, but also the body with which that is perfect to do so. With like the way that my body is shaped, the way that it's made, my musculature, like long lean features, like you were saying, like long legs, long arms, long fingers, long toes, like high arches, small waist, and, you know, on the smaller side, and yeah, all the elongation and all that. But with that, the muscle tone and the flexibility and all that, it's like I was made for it, because that very thing that I was made for is the gift of dance, and that is me, and that is my gift. So the fact that not only is that my natural gift, but I was also given the perfect body with which to do so, the way that I do it. So I look at that like I have all of that he gave me And it's like anything that is gifted to you, whether it's life itself, your body, I've said many times, like, your body is a temple, and I treat it as such. If people judge me for that, they judge me for that. I don't care. You know? But it's like, I'm going to reinforce that gift, strengthen that gift, condition that gift, maintain that gift. And it's like, as I get older through the years, I will still maintain that. You know? Yeah. I don't care if I get older and I get married and have a family or do whatever and retire. I'm still going to be swimming. I'm still going to be doing the rowing machines. I'm still going to be doing all the things that I do. I might be 60, but my booty's still going to be doing that. I'm not going to just let that fall by the wayside. I'm too passionate about it, and it's too big of a part of me to just ever let fall by the wayside. And I don't let my heart condition or my lupus stand in the way of that. With my lupus, my body is always in a constant sense of, like, at least some kind of pain. I've adapted to that. And it's like, that's not going to hold me back. It never has, and it never will. Because my friend Wheels, when he was alive, we had a whole conversation about that. He's like, what would you do if you were in a wheelchair? And I was like, I would still do the same thing, just from a chair. Because he was born with like degenerative musculature in his legs. So basically his legs were like limp noodles. And he was a really big Bruce Lee fan, like he loved wrestling, and because he's the one that like exposed me to wrestling, like I said, and it was like all the 80s and 90s and 2000s, because he was older than me. So all of the wrestlers that he liked were from that generation. Yeah, which is why, like, when they came through when I was working at Starbucks, like, I recognized them. I was like, I know who they are, because they were doing like a convention or something like that. They didn't really disclose like what it was for, but they came through, and so I recognized them. But he was like really big into wrestling, and he was also really big into like Bruce Lee, and so was I. And I gave him, for his, because his birthday was in April, and I gave him a book, Be Like Water. And there was also like 2 other books that I gave him from him. Yeah. And so I was like, you're a big Bruce Lee fan. I was like, you have really good upper body strength because you're always like wheeling your wheelchair, right? And I was like, who says that you can't work out? And he's like, well, nobody ever takes me to the gym. And I was like, bet. For the first time in his life, he rolled up into a gym, and he was just like, Bruce Lee's been like my, for my whole life, but I was never able to go to a gym. And like when he was in school, like people picked on him, and he was just like the nerd or whatever, and he never he was obviously like in a wheelchair, so they didn't make him do like gym class or anything like that. He was exempt from it. And he was like, the fact that you believe in me enough to even bring me here. And I was like, no. You believe in yourself. Yeah. Because his own other friends would like pick on him. He was like the butt of all the jokes, and it's like they're supposed to be your friends, but they make fun of you, but they play it off like they're joking, so they get away with making fun of you. I can't stand that. It was sickening. And it's like they're supposed to be like his brothers, and that's how they treated him. But anyway, yeah, I would take him to the gym with me. And he started off like not knowing what to do, and I was like, hey, you can do some arm curls, come over here, put some weight on this bar and just like pull the bar down, and it works your shoulders, it works your chest, it works your back, it works all of that stuff. That was his favorite one. He did the crap out of that one. And so even though he was in a wheelchair, he was very fit. And he was like, I have you to thank for it, because his parents wouldn't take him. His friends wouldn't take him. Like, and he couldn't drive. Like, he had a van that had like the thing to where you could drive without the pedals, but nobody ever took him to get his license. So it's like he had no way to go. And they didn't even give him like a Metro card. So he couldn't even like take public transportation. And where he lived, there wasn't a gym that was close to him. And I was like, well, I can solve that problem real quick. We're going to the gym, because I knew that he wanted to. It's not like I made him go. Like, he wanted to so bad, and he would sit there and like read these books and like watch all this stuff. And he loved the wrestlers, because, you know, their physique, you know, and he liked Arnold, and he liked Stallone, and he liked, you know, pumping iron, and it was like he was so inspired by all this stuff, but it was like he was trapped simply because of his disability. And I was like, no, we're gonna go work out. And yeah, and so it was like I would have school and work and stuff, but I would always take him like every other day. He was like my gym buddy for a long time. But then he got hospitalized multiple times for different things before he passed away. And it's like he wasn't able to go to the gym as much anymore, because when he wasn't in the hospital, he was like, he basically had a hospital style bed, like an actual hospital style bed, that bends, and it's like wider with the handles and stuff. He pretty much was like in that, and every once in a while he was able to get in his chair, but it was just like, and he told me, he was like, even if it was only for a short time, because it was only a couple of years that we did that. Yeah. And he was like, even if it was only for a short time, like, I was able to live my dream. Yeah. He didn't have a dream job. His dream was to be able to work out the way that he always wanted to get the body that he wanted to have. Because even though he couldn't do anything from like the waist down, his torso and upper body, like he was able to get it, and it was like confidence, and like it opened up this whole, and he was just like grinning ear to ear. He was always happy, and it was like, yeah, who says you can't do something? Yeah, exactly. See, and he told, yeah, people tell me that all the time, like, like I'm the only person that believes in them, and then they're doing this thing because I believed in them and I helped them to do it. And it's like, yeah, but I'm just the catalyst. Like, you're the one physically doing it. You just needed somebody to be like, hey, no. Nothing but loud vehicles today. Yeah, and it's like, because I look at it like, you can do anything you set your mind to. And if the only thing keeping you from that is like a gym membership or a ride there, please. Yeah, because with my gym membership, I had like a free guest. So he was able to just work out for free. He didn't have to pay a single thing. And the people that were there at the gym, like the trainers and stuff, they were so cool and chill about it. They were like, they told me, they were like, even if our gym memberships didn't allow for a guest for free, we would still have let him work out for free. And I was like, exactly. Like, it literally wasn't even about the money. It was about not having a way to get there and nobody wanting to be the person to like drop them off and pick them up. And his friends were the same way. Like, they didn't want to. It was an inconvenience. And I was like, well, it's not inconvenient when you care about somebody. And he literally told me, he's like, I'm living my dream. He was the happiest I had ever seen him for those couple of years. And the confidence. It was so, that's why what I talked about before, like, one of my favorite things in life is seeing the transition. Like, when I'm teaching someone something, seeing that growth. It was so beautiful to watch. When I think about him since he's passed, that's how I remember him. I remember him living his best life, feeling like that, you know. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, and it's like something so simple that just was an inconvenience to everybody else around him, you know. And I told him, I was like, you could go to like the bus stop, but they would not give him a Metro card because like he lived with his parents. He basically had to permanently live with his parents because of his condition. And they were kind of like controlling everything. They controlled like his phone, internet. Like they would turn off internet access. Like if they didn't want him to be on the game, they would just like turn off the internet. I mean, they were really, yeah. So, and none of his friends worked out. I was the only friend that he had that worked out and was active. And we just had a conversation off the wall, and I was like, oh, I know you like the wrestlers, and you like Arnold with like his whole pumping iron story, and he liked Rocky, and he liked Stallone, and yeah, he was a fan of Jean-Claude Van Damme too, and what's his name? Steven Seagal. Because he was older generation from me. He, like, now, if he was still alive, he would be in, like, his mid-40s. So he was, like, way older than me. Yeah. And that's why everybody gave him crap. Because they're like, oh, what's like a 38, 39-year-old man hanging out with a 15-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 16-year-old. And it's like, so? Yeah, like, age is a number. Like, we're friends. And he was literally the only friend that I had that wasn't weird about it. Like, he actually didn't have any, like, weird intentions toward me. So I was completely comfortable around him. Because that was always a problem with me. If, like, people wanting to be my friend, but only for a reason, you know. He wasn't like that at all. And it's like, don't make something ugly because that's what your twisted mind goes to. Yeah. Yeah, because it was like, it wasn't just joking about like, oh, we're together. It's like it was like disgusting stuff. Because I looked him dead in the face and I was like, I prefer older men anyway, so what business is it of yours? You know, like, but we're not. Yeah, so but it was like, it wasn't just like picking on like, oh, we're together. It was like they had to make it disgusting. And he genuinely was my friend.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, it's like they take something nice and genuine and try to twist it, and it's like, mm-mm. And I told him, because it would bother him. It bothered him so much. And I was like, don't worry about it. And he's like, well, I don't want people thinking that. And I'm like, don't worry about it. You know the truth, and I know the truth. We know we know what's up, you know. So what they have to say, let them talk, you know. I didn't care. And the thing is, like, most people in my life are older. Like, that's just kind of how it is. Because when I was in school, I was like 4 years younger than everybody, you know. Yeah. I was like years behind everybody throughout school anyway, so I was always the youngest. My neighbors that lived around me when I was growing up in Queens, it's like I was in like primary school when they were in like early high school, and I used to hang out with them. Like we'd go like, yeah, like shoot hoops and stuff like that, and I'd be like we'd go to the basketball courts, and sometimes I would play basketball with them, and then sometimes like they would be playing basketball, and I would just like go down there and like rollerblade around and like chat and chill with them while they were playing basketball. And like sometimes we'd play handball against the thing I like about handball is you can play, if there's a wall, you can play handball. Yeah, you don't need a court, you don't like, you have a hand glove, a ball, and a wall. That's all you need. There's walls everywhere. You can go out in the back alley and play handball, you know. So that's it's like playing stickball, you know. It's similar, but handball is like racquetball without the racket. You use your hand instead of a racket. That's all it is. Okay. Racquetball is like tennis. Okay. Yeah. So if you take away the net, you know how like in tennis you have a net between you and you ping pong it back and forth? Okay. Racquetball is like tennis without the net. Handball is like racquetball without the racket. And you just have a wall that you just like, you can play, you hit the ball against the wall, and you can have you can play by yourself, or you can play with other people. Yeah. Well, see, you grew up on Long Island, us inner city folk. We had a different way of passing time. Basketball, stickball, handball. For me, it was mostly basketball and roller skating. I was like the only person that roller skated, because everybody else skateboarded. I was the only roller. They would always call me Legs. That's why when Mark, like when your assistant Mark, when I started at the dance studio, and the first time he saw me and he called me Legs, it didn't shock me. Because when I was growing up in the neighborhood in Queens, it was like, there was, you know, because you get used to the people that like, because there's like the people that live around you, like your neighbors and stuff, and you hang out with them, and you go to the basketball courts, and you play basketball, and you rollerblade and stuff like that. But then there's like other kids from around the neighborhood. So then you learn like who hangs out, and you slowly but surely like kind of get to know them, even though they're not necessarily your neighbors, because like you all meet up in this same hangout spot. They called me Legs because sometimes I'd be rollerblading, sometimes I'd play basketball, and other times I'm just like dancing and like doing ballet and like doing all this stuff, and they called me Legs too. Yeah. it was a lot of like, oh, show me that thing that you do, and then like when their friend comes, like, oh, show them, you know. Yes, I can put my leg over my head. It's really awkward when people see you doing something and they're like, that's dope, and you're like, oh, okay, cool, you know. And then they bring their friend later on, like at some other random time, they're like, hey, yo, legs, show them the thing. And I'm like, what thing? You know, the thing when you do the thing over your head. And I'm like, you brought your friend for that? The splits, like different contortion stuff, and yeah. It wasn't like perverted, at least not to my knowledge. It was just because they were like, holy crap. Yeah, it was more like, whoa. Yeah, it was more like that. And like, yeah, do the thing with the leg. It was like, oh yeah, let me tell you. In high school, it was splits. Everybody knew that I could do the splits. And I could do it at the drop of a hat. I have been standing at my locker talking to my friend in between class and had a couple of people come up and be like, yo, June. Yeah. I don't even know these people, but they were like in, because when we would do PE, you'd have multiple groups. Because the way they formatted it was like PE was always at one time. So like the way they did it was like you can have, like, say you could have English third period and I could have English first period. You could have math second period and I have it fourth period. But PE was always the same period for everybody in that grade. So it was always everybody doing gym together at the same time. Because they only had one gym teacher. And that gym teacher was also like a coach, so they had other things, you know. So everybody had gym at the same period. So it was like, they had seen me do stuff, I guess, off the cuff. So I would get people walking up to me like, yo, June, do the splits. So just drops the backpack, pop, go back up. Okay, yeah. I felt like that thing that you poke with a stick, you know, like pokes with a stick, do the thing, you know. That's kind of dance, monkey, dance, you know, kind of thing. But they didn't mean anything by it. It was just they wanted to see. It wasn't like out of malice or anything. Yeah. I got to where when I would do it, I would do it with like a little bit of flair, you know. You drop down, you pop back up, you do a little twist, you know, like, and like, oh. Yeah, I was the nerd that could dance. That's who I was in school. I was quiet, but I was the nerd who could dance. Yeah. Yeah. You did. That makes sense. That suits you though. Do you still have the uniform? I did cheerleading for 2 years. Yeah. Technically it wasn't. Well, technically it wasn't because I didn't like it, but they had a dance squad.
So I swapped from cheer to dance squad. That's why I asked you, because I still have both of my cheer outfits and they fit. I can put them on whenever I want to. I only have one palm though. I gave one of my palms to my mom, and that rhymed, and just let that float by. So my mom has one of my palms, and I have the other one. But I was once, because they didn't originally have a dance team. It was new. It was a new thing that they added, and I was like, ooh. And so instead of cheering during the sporting events for like the football games and stuff, you have like the cheer squad on the sidelines and stuff like that, and then they do like the little halftime like little things. After the cheer squad did their thing for halftime, the dance team would come out and do their thing, and our outfits were popping. Oh my god, I still have that too. And it was like skin tight black pants that flared at the bottom, and like the top was like, and it was all black, but it had this like electric neon in the middle. Oh, we looked good. In my opinion, we looked better than the cheer squad. That's just me. Yeah. It's like cute versus hot, you know? And I got the booty. I liked how my butt looked in the pants. It was like right where everything needed to be. Yeah. Well, see, but I wasn't in band during that time, because I did band when I was in middle school. So they didn't overlap, because it was like band and then cheer and then dance squad. There was a bit of conflict when I was on the swim team. So sometimes I wasn't there for dance team because I had swim. Because you would think swimming is like during the summer, which would make sense, right? No. Swim is always during the winter. Like fall to end of winter. That's when basketball season is. And that's also when football season is. So when I was on the swim team, there was a lot of conflict with that. I did it though. Like we worked it out. I did it. Yeah. Well, the thing that was to the benefit was our swim meets, because football nights were always Friday night. It was always Friday night. But swim meets were always on Monday. Yeah, now when I was in college it was different. But in high school, like, swim meets were always on Mondays. So that worked out. It's practice that was always like, I kind of had to balance the two. But because I was really good at swim, if I had to miss a swim practice to do the dance, you know what I mean? Like, and vice versa. So they were okay with it because of my performance, and like, I was really good. So, but yeah, as far as like swim meets and game days, they were always on different days. So that just kind of happened to work out that way. But as far as like practices, I kind of had to balance those. The art club, French Honor Society. Hmm. I didn't care. See, yeah, and that makes sense because to you it's like, well, that's a lot. Like you're doing school, plus you do all that. And then once I got to high school, it was like halfway through high school, I started working after school. So how I had it set up is, I'm sorry, the noise. How I had it set up is like school, practice, work. Whatever practice it would be. Because practice was usually for like an hour. Like swim practice is like a little over an hour. Chair practice was always an hour. Dance practice would sometimes be an hour, sometimes a little bit more. So it's like you get out from school at 3, practice is an hour, and I worked from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. There you go. And then on game days, I just didn't work. Because game days, it was like the football games were always at night. Yeah. So my boss, like, knew my schedule for that. Same thing with swim meets. So, like, on days of the meets, I just didn't, because it was Mondays and Fridays. So I always worked, like, one day during the week, which was usually a Wednesday, and then I would work on Saturdays. And when I wasn't in school, then I increased my hours. So, like, spring break, fall break, Christmas break, and summer, that's when I increased my hours at work. So yeah, it seems like a lot, but it's really not. And that's why, like, when I was in college, all this time, and everybody's like, that's crazy because you have work full time and you're going to college and you have like swim meets, like you're doing swim and you're doing dance. And it's like, but I'm used to that. That's like my rhythm. I've been doing that for a long time. And I don't feel like it's too much. Like some people think that that's way too much and you're overextending, you're doing too much, and it's like, no, I'm not. Not at all. Cuz I love all that stuff. I'm doing what I love. Mhm. 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 But the thing was, I wasn't a part of the cliques that came along with those things. So, like, I didn't hang out with the jocks. I didn't hang out with the cheerleaders. I wasn't, like, a part of the social circles of that because I didn't label myself as, like, any one thing or another. I'm just me. Yeah. Yeah. I was just doing things that I liked. Because when I was younger, I wasn't able to do a lot of stuff. It was like I did gymnastics and I would just dance around like on my own. Gymnastics was like the only thing that I did specifically. And martial arts, it's like I was learning that from my father. So the only thing was gymnastics. Yeah, that was in middle school. I was in band in middle school. But it was only for 2 years. Eh. Because I skipped grades, and then when I skipped grades and went to high school, it was like I changed up what I was doing. I just was interested in a lot of things. I really was. And it's like the things that I liked and the things that I enjoyed, I did. Yeah, I didn't really think about like the social aspect of it, or like what people think, or what kind of person they thought I was. Like, oh, you're a cheerleader, or oh, you're, you know, a band kid, or you're in select ensemble for choir, or, you know, like the theater kid. Like, I didn't put myself in those boxes. Yeah, I just did the things that I enjoyed. I had friends that didn't do stuff because they were worried about what other people would think. Because, like, I had a friend when I was on cheer, I had a friend that wanted to, like, sign up to try out for cheer, but she was afraid that, like, the other girls on the cheer squad would, like, judge her and make fun of her. So, even though I, like, talked with her and, like, encouraged her and, like, you know, she kind of let their opinions keep her from doing it. Whereas for me, it's like, I don't care. I can go out there and make a complete dodo of myself and laugh it off. Like, if they think I look stupid or goofy or silly or whatever, yeah, I'm out there having fun and I'm doing what I love to do that I enjoy. And so, okay, you know, if I mess up, I mess up. If I faceplant, I faceplant. If I look silly and goofy, I look silly and goofy. I don't care. I will make a complete dodo of myself and not care. It was like absorbing everything, like absorbing the knowledge in school, absorbing all the things that I was doing. Because if I were to like write it all out on a piece of paper, like on a big timeline, you would see that it wasn't actually all that much. It just sounds like a lot when you talk about it, but when you see it visually, like on if I were to take like a timeline sheet and plug in everything, it's like, oh, yeah. And it's the same thing. Like, I had some people like telling me the same thing when I was going to college about like my work schedule and like college and stuff. It's like, yeah, but my college is online. And I tested out of a lot of that too. So really, it was just swim, theater, and my lab class, because you had to do labs. Everything else was literally on the laptop. You read the material, you get the emails, you do the assignments, and then you take the exams, and it's all online. Because I had like a hybrid, is what they called it, of like, some of my stuff was like completely online, and some of my stuff was like, it's like with my lab stuff, it was online for the courses, with the exception of the lab work that you had to go in and physically do the lab stuff. That was it. It was my superlatives that, or like my electives that were in person, like swim team and theater. And occasionally go in for like labs and stuff. So yes, I was like doing college, but not the way that you would think. Yeah. And Kogi was like, that's still a lot, even with it like that, because you're working full time at the lab, at the hospital. And you're going to like dance practice at night, and then you have dance performances, and then you have like your theater stuff, and then you have your swim stuff. But when I like wrote it all out for him, like, here's the week, and plugged in everything and then showed him, he's like, oh. I was like, yeah, it's the same. It was like that with me in high school too. It sounds like a lot until you visually see it, and then it's like, oh. And he's like, well, that's still a lot for me. And I was like, well, you're a different person. Because he's a hard worker, but outside of work, he's a homebody. He's like, nah. Like, if you were to ask him to, like, hey, can you go get, this? He's like, that sounds like too much work to me. He's like that person. He's like, I don't know, that just seems like a lot of work to me. Like, he's that guy. But that's because he works his butt off. He does landscaping, you know that. So, he's not lazy. But it's like, when he's at home and he's chilling and relaxing, So for him, it's like, that just looks like too much work for me. He's like, I'm getting tired just looking at it. But that's always been, yeah. And then there's like that assumption of like, oh, you never rest, you never take a break, you never relax. It's like, that's not true either. Because for me, it's like, you make the time. You make the time for things that you want. For people, you make the time. If you want to rest, you will find a way to rest. So... And that's exactly what happened. So it's like... It's the things that you say that you're going to do that you never have the intention of doing, because if you're going to do it, you would just do it and you wouldn't have to say that you're going to do it. So usually the things that people say they're going to do, they never really do it, if hardly ever. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But it's like, if you have to go out of your way to say like, oh, I'm going to go do this, usually you're already talking yourself out of it slowly but surely, and then eventually you don't do it. Because if you were going to do it, you would just do it. That's not always the case, but in my experience with some people, that's the case. Yeah, it's like exactly, like, oh, it sounds great on paper, but then to actually do it, they talk themselves out of it. Yeah. Yeah. With like the gym and stuff, yeah, like, oh, I'm gonna go to the gym 3 days a week, and and it's like, just get up and do it. But in the adverse of that, like, some people have to like reinforce themselves, like that constant reinforcement, like the affirmation of like, this is what I'm gonna do, until it becomes like a muscle memory. So there is that concept too. So I get what you're saying. It's different for everybody, yeah. But for me, I didn't think it was stressful. I never felt, from the time I was in school doing all that stuff, to the time that I was in college, to even now, my stress doesn't come from any of that. I don't really have stress. Yeah, like, I don't feel stressed out, I don't feel anxious, I don't feel rushed, I don't feel overwhelmed. I don't get that. I don't have all of that. Because you've told me, like, asked about that, and I've had a few other people like, no. Because when you're doing something that you naturally want to do, and you're making the time for it, and you know that you have the capacity to do it, and it's not coming from a place of force or fear or anxiety, it just flows naturally. Like, there were some days where I had work, something or another for college, and then dance. And then there'd be days where I didn't have any, and I had a completely free day. So, yeah. I do understand that. Hi. Yeah. Exactly. And it's like, if you're naturally a homebody person, that can seem like it's high maintenance or like too much. It's very simple and clear cut and dry and very simple and easygoing. Because there's no stress involved. There's no anxiety. There's no like, oh, you know, like I'm not sitting there like an anxious ball of nerves. I'm chill. Because it's all good. As a matter of fact, it's other people that get more stressed out about my schedule than I do. Like other people worry about it more than I do. Which is funny to me. Like you're the one stressing out. Like you're causing your own stress by worrying about what I'm doing. Crazy person. Being crazy and whatnot. Well, and that's just like his word, you know, and talking with him and building that relationship with him, and you make the time. Because you can talk yourself out of anything that you don't really want to do. You can make excuses till the end of time. If it's something that you're genuinely passionate about and you love and care about, like, you make the time for it. And it's not a big deal. It's not it's like you're not having to go out of your way. It's not a burden. It's not an inconvenience or an annoyance. Like, it just is. Yeah, like when I wake up, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go to work, and then after work, I have this over here, and I just flow through my day, and I don't even think about it. And on days where I don't, that's just free time, you know? That's okay. No, I don't think that you're asking too many questions. I don't really talk about all that stuff, so it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like I don't go out of my way to talk about stuff, and if somebody asks, then it's like, oh, okay, I'll tell you all the things. Coffee. This guy is like walking their two dogs in the park across the street, and one of them is like a really pretty color. It's like gray and white speckles. It's all polka dotted. It's really cute. They're happy puppies. Their tails are up as they're walking, and they're curled up. So both their tails are up, and they're just like kind of prancing along. It's so cute. Yeah, it's like their tails are curling up. And they both kind of have this like bouncy, like little trot. They just look like happy puppies. And so adorable. It's like doo 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 doo. It's Friday morning. Wakey wakey, eggs and bakey. I know that that's a saying. Like, I know that it was originally a saying, but I don't know the original source. The source that I have is Kill Bill 2. Because Bud said that when he like... But I know that that was like a saying before then, and he was just kind of like mocking it, but I don't know where it originally came from. Yeah.
But do you? Oh, okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Hi. Yeah. Okay, but you did it like a little bit different then. I keep hearing it sounds like something dropping on metal. I don't know, it's weird. I don't know. Is the air conditioning unit above me like dying? I'm just imagining like pigeons flying over, dropping like tiny little rocks into the fan that's spinning. Because that's what it sounds like. I think that you could do it. I mean, you're literally a dance instructor. You danced for so much of your life. And I honestly think that you have that capacity. It's just like retraining. Like you tell them, you know, it's like retraining those muscles in your body. I think that you could do that. Well, yeah, but it's just like you tell them, you know, it's the same thing. So it's kind of like you already know that you could do it. It's just a matter of will you and do you want to. I did see that. That was like Union Square, right? Yeah, I did see that. It's really colorful. You know those old back in the day like little things in dentist office that had like the wavy lines with like the little rings around them that would curve around and you like are supposed to like slink them all. That's what it reminds me of, because it's like they're all twisting and curving but they all have like these little things throughout and they're all different colors. That's what it reminds me of, like the crazy tangle game with like the little rings that you'd slide along the, yeah.
That's just what my brain went to when I initially saw it. Yeah, they've redone a lot of Union Square. That's what I'm saying, like all over. It's not just in one area. Because like when they built up Dumbo, and now Dumbo is like a hot spot, and they've been building up and like revamping and remodeling. Like I'm saying, like our mayor is amazing. And they have a plan to put like the greenery on the tops of buildings and stuff. And they're putting like the medians with like the grass and the flowers in between the lanes and stuff again, and like there's shrubbery and flowers and stuff throughout like and it's like revamping, remodeling, not only are they cleaning up the city, but also like refreshing everything and like redesigning stuff, modernizing. You know, like when they did the plexiglass, they took away the metal like little rotating turnstiles and they put like the plexiglass, and now you can just like boop your phone. Like when you do touch pay, you can just touch your phone instead of like swiping a card, you know. Yeah, and the overhangs on the bus stops are like nice now, and yeah, all the parks are getting cleaned up, all the sidewalks, and they repaved all the roads. Like the whole infrastructure is so much better and cleaner and more modern. The only thing is the irrigation system, like the waterworks, like the sewage and the drainage and all of that. And that's why it keeps flooding every time it rains, because that's like the one big thing that's like outstanding that needs, yeah. And he said he has a plan for it. And that's the thing, like he's not ignoring it. He said he has a plan for it, but it takes time, because that's like throughout all of like all 5 boroughs. That's not just in Manhattan. It's all 5 boroughs that like basically needs to be completely snaked and irrigated. All the tunnels below, all of the yeah. Exactly. So that way, when it rains, it goes down the drains that are in the street that are already there. But what's below that the water normally goes into, because like, yeah, like the drains that are on the sidewalks and in the middles of the streets, the water goes there, but the problem is it's blocked underneath. And it fills up. And so all of that is like spilling out. Yeah. And so that's the whole thing. And then like some of the train stations, it's like cracked tiles, like it's raining inside the train station. So it's like he's already like had them like Far Rockaway, you know, like he's already done so much. But big projects like that doesn't just happen overnight. Because it's all 5 boroughs. It's not just like one designated area that needs like. Yeah, like they've replaced a lot of the subway cars and the trains and stuff, and there's a lot happening that when you really think about it, like just think about like the last 5 years, because I remember when I was like a kid what it was like, and it's totally different now. It's like cleaned up, modernized, freshly paved, freshly painted. There's flowers, you know, the little
the little things that go around the trees that are on the sidewalks have mulch and flowers in them. You know, the parks are being cleaned up, and it's basically like being maintained and polished and redone, and it's really nice. But the big thing is that but that's a huge thing. That's why, because that's a huge thing to take on. And he said before, you know, he wants that to be something that he accomplishes. So it's coming, it just takes time. But every time we get huge rains, it's like it gets brought up again because people are like, when are they going to do something? You know, when it's like flooding every other week, it seems like they're not doing anything, but that's something that takes like months of planning, years of execution, and then doing it, you know. So that's something that in the coming years, like in the next few years, will happen. But it's in the next few years that it will be completely done. So I would, yeah. But it's like in the meantime. Yeah, so I understand. But I look at it from a positive standpoint of like, look what has happened so far, just in this short time. If you were to take all 5 boroughs of like old pictures from like back in the day, and then pictures from 5 years ago, and pictures most recently, all of the same places at those 3 different intervals of time, that's when you really see like the difference of how much has been done. Because offhand, you just like, oh, they've made a few things nicer, but when you really look at everything, it's a lot that they've done. And for me, it's like I have that gratitude for that. Like, because for me, it's like instead of focusing on what you don't have, look at what you do have and have joy and gratitude for that. Because I look at it like you've done 1,000 things, right? Instead of focusing on the one thing that you haven't done, look at all the 1,000 things that they've done so far. So instead of being mad and grumpy and upset because, oh, they haven't fixed the flooding issue, it's like, yes, the flooding issue is an issue, but keep in mind where we are located. This land, before it was built up and became what it was technically wetlands. It was wetlands on the coastline. There's over 1 trillion pounds of literal like infrastructure on the land. And the weight of that, plus we're literally wetlands that we built everything on, and it's coastal. You really got to think about the land itself. Yeah, like the actual terrain, the earth itself that all of this was built on. And it's a tiny, like, it's one little strip on its own. And there's so much condensed on that piece of land. Yeah, it's like New Orleans. New Orleans floods. Every time there's hurricanes that come through, it floods out. Plus you have like the bayou where like the swamp, the water levels rise and fall. It's the same thing. In Florida, I'm pretty sure, yeah, like in the middle, they have like those wetlands in the middle and stuff. It's the same thing. You're building on wetlands. So thereby, on a normal day, it's like, it's okay, but when you really start getting some heavy weather, you're gonna feel that wetland. Like, you're gonna feel the fact that you're living in the wetlands. Yeah. Hmm. But I just prefer to look at it from the perspective of look at everything that has changed for the better and been accomplished up to this point. Look at everything that they've done. Because think about it with yourself. Imagine doing 100 things right and only being criticized for the one thing that you did wrong. Completely ignoring all the things that you did right. How would you feel? And it's not even that they did it wrong, it's that they haven't tackled it yet. So it's not even like they've done something wrong, it's just they haven't gotten to that one thing yet, but that one thing is like a big thing. So I look at it like if I were to put myself in their place, you know. So for me, it's all good and positive and wonderful and amazing and, you know, when I hear that, it's like I'm just cringing and like tensing of like, please don't crash. I don't want to hear a crash sound. Because I've been sitting at, I've seen some stuff on this balcony, but I saw more stuff on the previous place that I lived. I've seen a few little things here, but the place that I lived before, there was always like wrecks and stuff. Well, here the only reason is because there's like, they try to run it all the time. It's like accelerate so you don't have to hit the light, you know? Yeah. Of course, yeah. Crazy, man. Crazy. I think that it's beautiful because I notice everything. So it's like I notice the change in the parks, the sidewalks, the paving of the streets. And not just like the streets like this, but like the big, like when they did Far Rockaway, that's a major highway. And they had been working on it for like a long time, and they finally finished that up. And it's like, but now look at it, you know, putting the lights on the bridge. They had been completely revamping the Flatiron Building for so long. Like people were just used to seeing like the yeah. And when they finally took all that down, it's like, see, that's a historical monument. That's a historical building. So like the bridges have been reinforced and have lighting now. The Flatiron Building was like completely redone, and all the stonework, they like pressure washed it and like filled it in and reinforced it, and the window work, the woodwork on the inside, and they even like put the lights in, so now it's illuminated again, and it hasn't been for like 100 years, you know. So there's a lot. Rebuilding the towers, you know, the roads, the sidewalks. They're incorporating like permanent garbage cans that don't move, and people are complaining that it takes up like parking space, but it's like, yeah, but it's getting the trash off the streets. Remodeling and renovating a lot of these buildings. It's amazing. And then for me, it's like the trees are back in their little circle homes in the sidewalks, and there's mulch and plants and flowers everywhere, and they're already starting like green, what I call like the green tops, where they put like the greenage on the tops of buildings and stuff. Yeah, so there's a lot that's happening, and that has already been done. Complete districts like the Dumbo area,
And then that draws people. Like that's a hot spot now, and it has been for a couple of years. Just from them completely redoing that area and then like building it up a little bit and making it like, yeah. I think it's amazing. The subway cars, the new subway trains, the remodeling of the subway stations, like completely redoing the subway stations one at a time. Not just the trains themselves, but like the turnstiles and like the floors and the walls and the painting on like the platform, like everything. One at a time, slowly but surely, it's all getting refreshed. And I think it's amazing. Because it's easy to look at it day to day and be like, oh, it's not a lot. But it actually is a lot. There's a lot of manpower, a lot of money, and a lot of time, and a lot of planning, and a lot of dedication, and just sheer like manpower of people working hard to make it happen. And not only that, but jobs. Like these people have jobs with this stuff. And then even after it's all said and done, then you have the people that it's their job to protect it and maintain it, like the security guards and the landscaping people to maintain all of that stuff. The people that pressure wash the stone and do the window washing, and the janitors that keep everything clean, and the street sweepers, and there's a lot of work in that. That's jobs, man. So even though it costs money to pay those people to not only build it and renovate it, but also to maintain it, you're also providing jobs, which puts the money back into the city. So it's like you pay out to do it, but it's reciprocated right back. And then it's also reciprocated like tenfold, because then more people are coming, because it's been, it's not just some little crummy spot anymore, and it's like people want to go there because they're, it's nice. I heard about that. The church burning down, I heard about that, yeah. That's like a few years ago when Notre Dame was on fire. Oh my gosh. That was crazy. When Notre Dame was on fire, I was like beside myself. Yeah. They said that they were gonna rebuild it. Like some of the from what I gather, they were saying that like some of the structural integrity was still there, but they were gonna rebuild it, because that site and that church had been there for like a long time, well over 100 years. Probably more than that. I didn't completely research it and look into it, but I know that like it's, it's like it's St. Patrick's, don't put that out there in the universe. Like, reel that back in. And that's the whole thing. Like when they incorporated like the bicycles, like the automatic bicycles that you can pay to ride for the day, they're trying to get people away from cars, at least in the boroughs. Like if you live upstate or even in Queens or Brooklyn, maybe Upper Bronx, but like in Manhattan, they're trying to make it like public transportation or walking or biking only. Because to be honest, like, it's too condensed in such a grid. There really doesn't need to be car traffic. And so they're trying to like lower traffic and cars and people driving cars in Manhattan. And I agree with it. Not only will it take a lot of the emissions and pollutants out of the air, but you got to think, like, if you're taking public transportation or walking, you don't have to pay for a car, you don't have to pay to store it, you don't have to pay for parking, you don't have to pay for insurance. Like, you're saving a lot of money by not having a car. And not only that, but if you're not using public transportation and you're walking and biking, like, you're healthier because you're not just sitting in a car. So you're moving your body. It's better for your health and it's better for your wallet. And it's better for the planet because you're not putting emissions into the atmosphere just to go a couple of blocks down the road. Like, get off your butt and walk. I can't tell you how many times people are like, you have a car, why are you walking? You're walking like 20 blocks, that's crazy. And it's like, that ain't nothing. That's nothing but a thing. Yeah, like, yeah. But not every day. Not every day. Yeah. Yeah, because less traffic, less pollution, less, like, clutter. There's so many cities around the world that are like big cities. Like, you look at Tokyo. It's like 80% pedestrian, 20% cars. You look at places like Stockholm and Amsterdam. Places like Amsterdam, it's like everybody rides bikes or walks. You know? So, in places like the UK, it's like 50-50, you know? It's 50-50 pedestrians and biking, and then, like, yeah. So it's like, we're so car dependent. Now, outside of like the condensed city, like the inner city, that makes sense. Because it's like, well, that's mileage. You know? Like, if it takes 15 minutes by car, or 20 minutes or a half an hour by car, it's going to take you all day to walk that. You know what I mean? So, like, that makes sense, because you're not living in the inner city. Yeah, you kind of have to drive them. So, but that makes sense. But here in the city, like, no. And it's already slowly but surely kind of, I'm noticing, like, less and less traffic. Yeah. Oh, no. I see you. The little birdies. They're so adorable. I think it's cute that they don't walk, they hop. They hop everywhere. It's like boing, 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 boing. So adorable. I am going to get off of here because it's almost 9 a.m. and I'm sure that I've been streaming for like 11 hours. Okay, so there's that. I've rambled for long enough, and I'm gonna go and do my stuff for the day, and so I hope everyone has a beautiful day, and we will see you on the flip side. No, sorry, I was like listening to what you were saying. I'm gonna go. Okay.
Jamais.